Prova 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test prova 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hey. Test prova 1, 2, 3, 4. Test prova 1, 2, 3, 4. Prova 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test prova 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ses prova 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test prova 1, 2, 3, 4. Test prova. Test prova 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test prova 1, 2, 3, 4. Test prova. Test prova 2, 3, 4.
Sayın Başbakan Yardımcım, Sayın Bakanlar, kıymetli katılımcılar, hanımefendiler ve beyefendiler. Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'nin ev sahipliğinde İstanbul'da düzenlenen ekonomik kalkınma için kapasite geliştirme temalı üst düzey liderler toplantısına hepiniz hoş geldiniz, sefalar getirdiniz. Toplantımız açılış konuşmalarına mütakiben 2 oturum halinde düzenlenecek. Bu oturumlardan ilki bakanlar oturumu, diğeri de paydaşlar oturumu olacak. Şimdi müsaadenizle açılış konuşmalarını yapmak üzere Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Bilgi Teknolojileri ve İletişim Kurulu Başkanı Sayın Doktor Tayfun Acerer'i konuşmalarını yapmak üzere kürsüye davet ediyorum. Buyurunuz efendim.
Peki.
İsterseniz siz geçin, ben diğerlerini de çağırırım.
Peki. Sayın Başbakan Yardımcısı, Sayın Bakanlar, değerli katılımcılar, öncelikle hepinize hoş geldiniz diyor Türkiye'ye, saygılar sunuyorum. Bugün Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'nin 62. hükümetinin ilk Bakanlar Kurulu toplantısı var. Sayın Ulaştırma, Denizcilik ve Haberleşme Bakanımız Lütfi Elvan Bey, bu ilk hükümet toplantısına, 62. hükümetin ilk Bakanlar Kurulu toplantısına katılmak durumunda olduğu için açılış oturumuna katılamadı, gelemedi. Ancak en kısa sürede aramıza katılacak. Ben Sayın Bakanımızın sizlere olan saygı ve sevgilerini özellikle iletmek istiyorum. Yarından itibaren yoğun bir şekilde internet yönetişimi mercek altına alınacak. Bu forumun somut çıktılarının dünya internetinin yönetişimine ciddi katkılar sağlayacağına inanıyorum. Bugün burada ekonomik kalkınma için kapasite geliştirilmesi teması ile toplantı yapacağız. Bu toplantıyı internet dünyası için büyük önem taşıyan kapasite konusunu gündeme getirmesi açısından çok önemsiyorum. Bildiğiniz gibi internetteki veri kapasitesi her geçen gün hızla artıyor. Yapılan bir araştırmaya göre 2018 yılı itibariyle mobil veri trafiğinin %69'u video olacak. Yine 2018'de mobil kullanıcı sayısı 5 milyara, mobil cihaz sayısı ise 10 milyara ulaşacak. Dünya çapında mobil ağ trafiği önümüzdeki 4 yılda yaklaşık 11 kat artarak 2018 yılı itibariyle 190 exabyte'a çıkacak. Yani 2018'de mobil trafik, bir kıyaslama yaparsak 2000 yılında gerçekleşen sabit ve mobil tüm IP trafiğinden tam 190 kat daha fazla olacak. Yine yapılan bir araştırmaya göre 2020 yılında 50 milyar cihazın M2M bağlantısı olacağı öngörülüyor. 2013-2018 yılları arasında küresel mobil trafik artış hızının küresel sabit trafik artışından 3 kat fazla olması bekleniyor. 2013'te tüm mobil bağlantıların %21'ini oluşturan akıllı bağlantılar 2018'de tam 2,5 kat artarak %54'e ulaşacak. Mobil bulut trafiği yıllık %64 bileşik büyüme oranıyla önümüzdeki 5 yıl içinde 12 kat artacak. Bugün her şeyin interneti diye yeni bir kavram hızla gelişmeye başladı ve M2M bağlantı konseptine yeni bir giyilebilir cihazlar alt segmenti eklendi. Bu süreç içinde ICT sektörünün yıllık büyüme hızı ve istihdam artışı hep devam etti. Ancak bana göre internetteki en önemli değişiklik kullanıcıların ait olduğu ülkelerde meydana geldi. Çünkü 1996 yılında kullanıcıların %66'sı Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nde iken %34'ü diğer ülkelerdeyken bu oran 2013'te Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nde %13, diğer ülkelerde %87 oldu. Günümüzde bazı kavramlar da değişti. Örneğin geniş bant abone dendiğinde aklımıza sabit geniş bant ADSL abone gelirdi. Bugün geniş bant abone denildiğinde connect kartlar, smart telefonlar, iPad türü cihazlar, dongle türü ekipmanlar geliyor. Daha düne kadar abone derken şimdi nesne demeye başladık. Çünkü bugün bu nesnelerin bir kısmı insan, bir kısmı makine oldu. Örneğin bugün Türkiye'de mevcut 71 milyon geniş bant nesnenin diyorum artık 2,5 milyonu makine oldu. Önümüzdeki yıl bu rakamın 5 milyona çıkacağını hesaplıyoruz. Küresel ölçekte OTT kullanıcılar 5 yıldan daha az sürede 1 milyarı aştı. Bugün oluşturulan içeriğin büyüklüğü, ihtiyaçların artması ve çeşitlenmesi, kapasiteleri hep daha fazla yatırma, daha fazla arttırmaya zorluyor. Günümüzde teknolojik, ekonomik ve sosyal gelişmeler internetin çok yönlü olarak ele alınmasını gerektiriyor. Ben güncel internet sorunlarının çözümü açısından internet yönetişimi forumunun başarılı geçmesi için her türlü hazırlığın ülkemiz adına yapıldığını özellikle sizlerle paylaşmak istiyorum. Bu gelişmelere paralel olarak önemi her geçen gün artan IGF'in bu yıl ülkemizde yapılacak 9. toplantısının çok verimli geçeceğine inanıyor. Hepinize tekrar saygılar sunuyorum.
İsterseniz yerinizi alın efendim. Sayın Doktor Tayfun Acerer'e konuşmalarından dolayı çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi de Birleşmiş Milletler Eğitim, Bilim ve Kültür Teşkilatı Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Getachev Engida'yı konuşmalarını yapmak üzere kürsüye davet ediyorum. Buyurunuz efendim.
Excellencies, dear friends and ladies and gentlemen, I thank the government of Turkey for holding the 9th Internet Governance Forum. We meet today in the world city of Istanbul to discuss a question essential to our common future. The use of the Internet is revolutionizing our lives. It is transforming global trade, and it is deepening contacts between and within societies. The opportunities seem almost endless, but the challenges are steep. Citizens and workers, from the farmer in a remote village to the office worker and the CEO of big companies, all must adapt to new working environments, all need new skills. This raises a question: what skills must we nurture? Where should we build capacity to advance sustainable development for all? The answer starts with education, on the benches of schools through lifelong learning. This human right is essential for the empowerment of every woman and man and the development of every society. This is why media and information literacy is so important as an integral part of a comprehensive approach to education. For UNESCO, this raises to a bundle of interrelated competencies which together empower citizens to access, retrieve, understand, evaluate and use, create as well as to share information and media content in all formats. This includes the capacity to use a variety of tools is critical. ethical and in critical, ethical and effective ways to participate and engage in personal, professional and societal development, and to promote dialogue and understanding on the basis of human rights, aware of the ethical dimensions of engaging with ICTs. UNESCO's position is very clear. To build inclusive knowledge societies, we need extensive and wide individual, institutional and societal capacity building efforts to be recognized in the post-2015 Global Development Agenda. In all this, we must continue to draw on the open and collaborative nature of the Internet, strengthening the multi-stakeholder approach appropriately to nurture an enabling environment for the benefit of all. The link between Internet governance, capacity building, freedom of expression, access to information, privacy and ethics, all of these are being explored by UNESCO in a comprehensive study of Internet-related issues mandated by our 195 member states. This study will be presented at the UNESCO Open Forum on Thursday, and I take this opportunity to invite you all to that forum and contribute actively. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, technology alone doesn't empower. The right skills do. This is why capacity building and media information literacy are essential to harness the power of the Internet for inclusive, sustainable development. I thank you very much.
Çok teşekkürler Sayın Engida. Konuşmalarını yapmak üzere şimdi de Birleşmiş Milletler Politika Koordinasyonu ve Kurumlar Arası İlişkiler Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Thomas Gass'ı kürsüye davet ediyorum. Buyurun Sayın Gass.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, I thank the government of Turkey for hosting this high-level leaders meeting today. I also bring greetings from the Secretary General of the United Nations and from Mr. Wu Hongbo, the Under-Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, who are both currently in Samoa for the 3rd International Conference on Small Islands Development States. The theme of today's meeting, capacity building for economic development, is highly relevant and timely. Successful capacity building for sustainable development is about empowering and enabling people through the transfer of knowledge and skills to make progress for future generations. Our discussions today can inform the IGF, seeking innovative ways to work together to build capacities that both accelerate sustainable development and match emerging challenges in the field of Internet governance with possible solutions. This morning, at one of the consulting group presented 55 factors that inhibit the economic impact of the Internet. At the end of July, the Open Working Group on Sustainable Development Goals in New York chose to include a large number of references to ICT within the Sustainable Development Goals that it is proposing for the post-2015 agenda. This is what experts and practitioners, including in the IGF, have been calling for many years, and have been reminding us, namely that ICTs and access to Internet are crucial enablers of sustainable development. The policy work and the advocacy of the IGF and other fora is having an impact. The United Nations Secretariat capacity building work also spans development. This year's 2014 e-government survey underscored that for the first time, all 193 UN member states have national e-government portals. That is an important achievement. At the same time, let's not forget, only 46 of these have open data portals. So we have achieved something, but there is still a long way to go. Moving forward, policy discussions will require more, not less, multi-stakeholder interaction, such as the one that the IGF provides. This is no reason for complacency. Year after year, the IGF must continue to evolve to respond to the many issues and challenges identified by its community and build capacities of all its stakeholders depending on the issues relevant to them. This will require continued creativity and innovation. In my view, the IGF and its bottom-up multi-stakeholder nature meets these requirements. National and regional IGFs are playing an increasingly important role, helping to focus the debate. Other ideas that are emerging include the use of participatory processes between IGFs and a more systematic monitoring of progress related to issues. This IGF community is passionate about providing everyone with a free, open, interoperable and stable internet. It wants to contribute intellectually to the debate and ensure that every individual can benefit personally and societies collectively from this essential global communication system. The internet governance debate is growing in complexity, and as it shifts from the discussion of infrastructure development into the realm of actual use of the internet, and includes policy issues such as IANA transition and net neutrality. As you may be aware, a recent General Assembly resolution on ICT for development acknowledged the importance of the IGF as a forum for multi-stakeholder dialogue on policy issues related to the key elements of internet governance and its role in building partnerships. The resolution also welcomed the fact that the government of Turkey is hosting this year, and the government of Brazil in 2015, and the government of Mexico for its intention to host in 2016, if the mandate of the IGF is extended beyond 2015. We are encouraged by the many connections that IGF is allowing all stakeholders to make, not only on internet governance, but also among ICTs, sustainable development and capacity development. I look forward to fruitful discussions today and throughout the rest of the week. Thank you very much.
Sayın Gas'a teşekkür ediyoruz ve açış konuşmalarının sonuncusunu yapmak üzere Uluslararası Telekomünikasyon Birliği Genel Sekreter Yardımcısı Sayın Hulin Zao'yu kürsüye davet ediyorum. Buyurunuz Sayın Zao.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to be here with you in this beautiful city of Istanbul for this high-level leaders meeting on capacity building for economic development, preceding the 9th Internet Governance Forum. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate President Erdogan for his election, and also to the new government established. I would also congratulate Minister Erdogan for his continued commitment towards the information society. I was told that he will be with us this afternoon, but apparently he has an urgent cabinet meeting, and we will be able to see him. So we will have a chance to congratulate him again for his nomination. Istanbul is a particular good venue for this meeting, as Turkey has demonstrated quite extraordinary growth in terms of ICTs in the past 2 decades. And Istanbul is fortunate in having a geographical location, facilitating connection between East and West, North and South. And in fact, Turkey has emerged as a significant player in facilitating the global dialogue on ICTs and hosting several key global events, including ITU's meetings. According to ITU data, only 1 in 1,000 people in Turkey had a mobile subscription or access to the internet, not today, but 20 years ago. But by the end of the last year, mobile cellular penetration here had reached 93%. I think that and the internet penetration, 46. GDP per capita to $2 in 2013. At the WISIS plus 10 high-level event in June, in Turkey, the utmost importance is given for the development of broadband. And Turkey gives utmost importance to equal access for all. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, this is increasingly true, not just in Turkey, but around the world. Developing ICT imperative for any country seeking to harness the power of ICTs for social and economic development. Many national broadband plans already include a framework for the provision of human capacity building in the field of ICTs through a variety of knowledge transfer measures. In June, at the WISIS plus 10 high-level event in Geneva, all stakeholders once again reaffirmed that capacity building is one of the top priority areas to be addressed in the implementation of the Geneva Plan of Action beyond 2015. And we will support economic development, help generate jobs, and allow more people to benefit from the information society. Ladies and gentlemen, ITU is playing its role here. As the UN Specialized Agency for ICTs, we are working to bring all the world's people online, and we are working with the nations, especially developing countries, in continuously enhancing their human, institutional, and organizational capacity. In line with this mandate and the WISIS outcome documents, ITU continues to play a key role in the WISIS implementation and follow-up process, in particular as the WISIS action line C2, information and communication infrastructure, C4, capacity building, and C5, building confidence and security in the use of ICTs, and since 2008, also C6, enabling environment. ITU closely collaborates with the United Nations Development Program, especially on WISIS action line C4, capacity building. These activities are carried out through our ongoing regular and special program activities, as well as through global partnerships, including Internet Training Centers and the ITU Center of Excellences, and our Development Bureau, BDT, is now in the process of accepting applications from stakeholders interested in becoming centers of excellences. At the 6th World Telecommunication Development Conference, which was held in Dubai earlier this year, over 1,300 representatives from 133 countries accepted the Dubai Action Plan, which sets the ICT development agenda for the next 4 years. The importance of capacity building was emphasized, both as a measure of bridging the digital divide and as a driver of economic development. ITU looks forward to working with all stakeholders in the spirit of cooperation and collaboration in this global endeavor. In closing, I look forward to fruitful and interesting discussion today, and I wish you all the best in your continued work. Thank you very much for your attention.
Sayın Zao'ya teşekkür ediyoruz. Kendilerinin konuşmasıyla açılış oturumunun sonuna geldik. Toplantımıza bakanlar oturumuyla devam edeceğiz. Müsaade ederseniz sunuma da İngilizce devam edelim. In ministerial session, due to time constraints, our speakers are kindly invited to limit their speeches with maximum 5 minutes, and I'm very pleased to invite Your Excellency Vujica Lazovic, Deputy Prime Minister of Montenegro, for his remarks.
Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, how to foster economic development by the means of Internet is an important question for each country nowadays, and especially for developing countries. In Montenegro, we also faced the challenge how to use on Internet as a resource for faster growth. I do like to draw your attention to two interesting examples of how we partially replied to this challenge. First example is case about company Wireless Montenegro. We estimated that its government's task to provide free internet access to as much frequent location as possible, squares, beaches, schools, university center, etc. In the context of meeting requirements for EU membership, Wireless Montenegro company has been founded on the ground of public-private partnership between government of Montenegro and EOS group from Austria. The goal was to improve national information and telecommunication infrastructure with special focus on TENTRA network. The project joined together initiatives for realization of two wireless systems of communication. One of the requirements of state institution and service, digital radio communication system based on the TENTRA standard, a second for public use of broadband internet access through Wi-Fi mesh technology. Broadband internet access by Wi-Fi mesh technology has been implemented in 9 cities on most frequent location, and the use is free. Project forces covering of all cities in Montenegro, which presents unique example of free Wi-Fi internet of national level. These benefits are already used by citizens of Montenegro and tourists visiting our country, and tourism offer has been upgraded to higher level, even unique both in the region and entire Europe. Second case is a successful story about governance of country code top-level domain .me. By gaining international recognition in 2006, Montenegro got right an unique two-letter code, namely national top-level domain ccTLD.me, aiming protection of national interests with regard to management of national internet domain, and having in mind it is public resource, government of Montenegro established bodies for monitoring and implementation of activities related to domain in accordance to global community's rules. Center of Information System of University of Montenegro was appointed as a technical administrator. Council for .me domain has been founded, and country code top-level domain manager has been appointed also, and consortium of renowned companies GoDaddy and affiliates has been elected as registration agent. Accordance with contract with registration agents, government has 70% of total revenue that registration agent generates from registration through auction. namely 33% of total revenue from regular registration. Dominantly part of this income we use for development of information society, and especially for support, participation, vulnerable groups in information society. National ccTLD domain.me has very good position on global market today. In 2010 to 2013 period, it recorded growth higher than GTLD, which are predominant in domains words such as .com, .net, .org, .biz, .info, etc. Development program set ground for cooperation with internet giants such as Facebook, Yahoo, WordPress, Universal Pictures, Google, the New York Times, etc., which contributes to credibility as base for .me domain to generate in future growth on global market. On monthly level, total growth in ccTLD industry is 0.40%, while .me domain record average growth by 0.80%. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I'm very pleased to invite Your Excellency Hasanul Haq Inu, Minister of Information of Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, for his speech. My pleasure.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, Ministers, Members of the Parliament, development partners, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Let me begin with one of my experiences in my village, which has a beautiful urban-like name, Golap Nagar, means Rose Town. One fine morning in Rose Town, I found a middle-aged farmer reading aloud weather forecast from the mobile phone in a small gathering. A minute later, he began to read out how to take care of crops in the coming days of the season. Curious, I when asked, they said he uses internet and shares the information with fellow farmers. And since then, the new venture began. They were doing better in their cultivation. In Bangladesh, half of the mobile calls discuss economy. At the present, we have 110 million mobile users out of 160 million population, and we have 40 million internet users. This figure rose commerce and governance, provide necessary information about work, business, selling of goods for healthcare, food, etc., provides knowledge about prices and availability of daily necessities. For better capacity building, the governments of the day need to eliminate barriers to content creation, reframe from blocking access to content, including social networking sites, or restricting local content creation. The government must help to creation of distribution and digital content, need to develop a good spectrum management with an understanding of regional international harmonization to ensure low-cost, high-speed broadband and to develop a common broadband plan to digitize TV to free up broadband. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from these proposals, the national governments and the international communities and the developed world together needs to agree on the net that the internet is a shared resource. If we agree, then we need to reduce the price of the international broadband, to develop a terrestrial Asian highway, information highway, replacing the present-day submarine cable networks, to remove disparities in access to and use of ICTs between countries and regions, to develop regional and international coordination, promoting common technological standards, need to develop a law regime, a legal framework addressing privacy, piracy, intellectual property rights, and cybercrime. And also we need to agree on a cyber defense agreement. Internet has already developed its own economy. It is two-dimensional, one at the global level, one at the national level. So at present, the monopoly exists there. So a new business model is necessary, which is reachable to the third world. Well, the rise of the handful of corporations who control over online lives have now become a matter of concern for people. They may be brilliant at innovation, but are terrible at guaranteeing users' fundamental freedoms. So we need to address this problem together. Well, financing ICT business is still a problem. Banks still are not dynamic in the field of concept financing, idea financing. So also they do not know how to evaluate proprietary. So more dynamism is necessary in banking financing. Well, internet may have born in the West, but its future will almost certainly be decided elsewhere. Today, US and European Union make up less than 35% of the net users. Asia, 45% net users of the world. It's the most diverse region. Time is now to ask question how the center of gravity for usage and innovation shifts to the global south. A new paradigm is in the offing. Ladies and gentlemen, having said that, let me say, internet to the first billion, but net to the next billion and the last billion will be different from the internet to the first billion. The issues will not be primarily technical, but will be socio-political issues because it includes marginalized and poor. The last billion users will probably use mobiles, not computers. So mainframe computers may disappear. The last billion will use carbon-neutral internet, biodegradable mobiles. So technology will not be a big issue. It will be available. Cost will not be a big issue. That is not a problem. The issue will be the way we use technology. That is the governance issue. Having said that, let me conclude by saying we are here in the turning point of history to decide on the future course of action to map changes. So let us stand for internet for peace, internet for social justice, for human rights, for development, especially inclusive development, for peoples. If we agree, then we need to declare boldly, right to internet is human right. Thank you very much. Joy Bangla.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and now I'm very pleased to invite Your Excellency Gisela Caper Arguedes, Minister of Costa Rica.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor being invited to this session, and especially to speak to so nice people here. In Costa Rica, we've been fostering internet communications, and especially to broaden the accessibility to everybody in the country. We have been, as a goal, to have internet in most peoples in the whole country. And even though we are a very small country with only 4.5 million people, we really look forward to strengthen these opportunities that internet comes into the well-being of everybody. In Costa Rica, we've been addressing an index of lowering the internet gap, which includes not only accessibility, that is a great issue in this small country, but also education and contents, and of course having it to everybody so that everybody could understand the use and the importance of internet. It's not the gap that who has it and the accessibility, but who use it and how it is used. And that's something that's very important in this kind of forums, just to be sure that you are protecting the people who are using it, that it is used in the safe way, and that it will enhance all people's way of living. For instance, getting internet in the rural areas where most people could not even have a TV or just doesn't have access to the modern technologies, it is important that they can use, even from a mobile phone, how to improve their well-being. And in that way, we also encourage how to use the multi-stakeholder model. In Costa Rica, we had this model implemented for 2 years ago, and it is working in the government for every decision we are taking. This multi-stakeholder system has been applied for every decision, and it is composed by the 4 major universities, 3 of the ministries of science and technology, education, and as well as the Ministry of Economy. Of course, all the service providers of internet and all the communication systems and NGOs of many different kinds. So in that way, it's been improving day by day, and this committee, the multi-state committee, is a steering committee for the government, and we are having more people adhering to it. So really, this model works, and this is what, in this kind of forum, if we are looking for governance of the internet, for getting protection and getting the right internet use in the whole world, it is a model that we should follow. So I really appreciate coming in here, learning from all of you, and sharing our very short but very important experience that we have been having in our country. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I'm very pleased to invite Your Excellency Tifatul Sembrink, Minister of Communication and Information Technology of Indonesia, for his remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. From the outside, allow me to congratulate and thank the Turkish government for hosting this important event. The theme of the HLLM is indeed in line with the theme of the IGF itself, since economic development certainly needs cooperation among all countries, among all continents. This international cooperation proposed to be based on cyber ethics, which also received wide attention during the IGF 8 in Bali. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, during the last IGF, various topics regarding internet activities and development were discussed. Even new focused discussion on sensitive topics such as human rights was also convened. We also discussed as how cyber ethics might be implemented so that while content can flow freely globally, every country pay due respect other countries' laws and regulations as well. Firstly, Indonesia appreciates the initiative of the Turkish government to host the IGF NINT today with a theme that really reflects the current situation, connecting continents for enhanced multi-stakeholder internet governance. I hope that IGF NINT can widely discuss as how this global internet infrastructure can be operated properly by multi-stakeholders. Indonesia is in the view that the government should support the multi-stakeholders approach, and at the same time, as was also noted that discussed in Bali, every country should be able to operate internet under the national laws respected by other countries and stakeholders. The second point I would like to raise, the economic development itself. Internet offers such a high opportunity for business development by providing an access to global websites for almost every company and even almost every person on earth. Indonesia would like to propose that the development of internet access provided to the people as stimulated in the WSIS targets should be a meaningful access. In addition to the above, I would like also to propose IGF delegates to discuss more on the WTO e-commerce topic as was discussed in WTO Geneva in 2011 and also in WTO Bali 2013, where it was arranged that international trading carried out in cyberspace. The discussion can be followed by other topics related to cyber jurisdiction. On the other hand, it should to be considered our commitment of respectfulness on privacy among sovereign countries. The illegal interception through internet is truly something sadly embarrassing. We just cannot imagine our next door fellow make a tiny hole at the wall through our bedroom. Certainly, it is disturbing sort of unbehaved, annoying habit that will make disharmony and distrust among nations. The third thing I would like to raise in the result of the last WSIS held in Geneva last June, especially on the priority areas to be addressed beyond 2015. Indonesia believes that while these priority areas are important to be developed, the development of internet should ensure that it is used for the prosperity of the country, increasing the economics, and not only increasing the imports of internet-related hardware and software due to the education of the technical capabilities of the country itself. Indonesia, in the view that human resources development in developing countries should be intensively developed to make sure that they can catch up these fast internet technology developments. International cooperation is highly needed in these regards. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to close my statement with the hope that this NINT IGF, which is fully supported by high-level leaders meeting participants, can come to an agreement for the advancement of the internet for the benefit of all countries, societies, and people. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now, with your kind permissions, I'd like to invite Your Excellency Ivo Ivanovski, Minister of Information Society and Administration of the Republic of Macedonia, for his speech, please.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the media, first of all, I would like to thank the Republic of Turkey for organizing this Internet Governance Forum, and I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate to the first presidential election and congratulations to the President Erdogan for the win. I would like to thank the organizer for the invitation and for the opportunity to address this distinguished audience. We are gathered here to discuss the future of the Internet. For most people of the world, the most amazing innovation of the 20th century. Innovation that we cannot imagine the world today without it. I'm the Minister of Information Society and Administration for the Republic of Macedonia, a country with near 2.2 million people, a country which belongs to the group of landlocked countries. Being in the cabinet for the past 8 years, I've witnessed how challenging it is for a landlocked country to attract foreign direct investments, to grow the GDP, to grow the economy, when you don't have access to open waters, when you don't have solid infrastructure, when you don't have the human capacity. Having recognized the power of the Internet as a powerful tool for improving our society in every segment of it, the government of Macedonia started investing in greater access to the Internet for our citizens, improving the information and communication technology literacy for our citizens, connecting every school with a broadband Internet, installing computer in front of every student, Project Non-Computer for every pupil, where the computer to student ratio is 1.4 to 1. Reforming the educational system to maximize the use of information communication technology in order to produce highly knowledgeable students that can enter the workforce prepared to support the private sector with their skills. Improving the healthcare, improving the agriculture, improving every segment of our society, of our economy by the use of ICT, by the use of the Internet. These reforms must be continuous, flexible, and adaptive, as fast as technology is changing in order to stay ahead of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, we're living in a period of time when the future of the Internet is in question. The Net Mundial in Brazil was an excellent example of functioning a multi-stakeholder environment. The outcomes of this conference, as well as the report produced by the high-level panel, the Internet Governance Mechanism, chaired by President of Estonia, Ilves, have both been well accepted by the world in forums such as the WEF, the IGF, the ITU, United Nations, and many more have started working on the recommendations that came out of these reports. There is a lot of work that needs to be done. but it's important that all the parties can be involved. In conclusion, I know how challenging it is for landlocked countries to compete in the world economy. I don't even want to think how challenging it would be for internet-locked countries to compete in the world economy. Let us continue working on the open and innovative internet as we know today. Let us continue working and creating the multi-stakeholder environment where every child will have equal access to internet. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I'd like to invite Your Excellency Alexandru Razvan Cotoverea, Minister of Information Society of Romania, for his speech.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, first I would like to address my compliments and express my appreciation to the government of Turkey for organizing this high-level leaders meeting and for hosting the 9th Internet Governance Forum. Capacity building for all stakeholders on Internet governance issue is an important aspect. The Internet has a greater potential to promote democracy and cultural diversity, and it's profoundly changed the way we work, live our lives, interact among each other, and with the public authorities in general speaking. It unites people and creates links where they couldn't have been existed without it. Thus, it proved to be a huge driver of change in almost all areas of life, such as administration, education, health, business, or economic life, if you want, general speaking, and many others. Given its strategic importance, we consider it is crucial to address its permanent challenges throughout international cooperation. Governments, civil society, international organizations, and also private sectors, companies contributing to innovation on the Internet, individual users' Internet from all around the world, we should all be aware of the Internet governance discussions. We should reach out all who can contribute to these debates, and we should all dedicate our efforts for developing capacity building opportunities. We have all seen how Internet can help provide remote education and medical services in rather isolated areas, how it can contribute to disaster recovery, and how it can be used as a tool for exercising human rights. The digital divide still represents a problem, and we need to find a solution for it at the local, regional, or national level, and also at the level of international. If we want to maximize the opportunities presented by the Internet, we need to make sure its accessibility. If we want to encourage an efficient use of Internet, we need to make sure that people using it know how and when and how not to use it. We need to make sure that all the viewers' needs and interests of all existing and the future Internet users are taken into account when decisions are made and policies are developed, when countries and the governments decide about regulations and how to use and what restrictions we may have. By building continuous partnership for development in cooperation with the private sector, civil society, we make more available of the benefits of the new technologies, especially information and computing and communication technologies, and we may find more way for reinforce our efforts in the capacity building in such areas as international capacity, human resource development, and basic education. In order to contribute to the lasting developments around the world, we need to ensure accessibility, equal treatment and access for all, encouraging people around the world to develop their capabilities, starting with education and appropriate training for their skills and abilities. Romanian government of Romania considered that we should use ITNC for an economic development by also offering guidelines and training for people considering online methods to facilitate their lives through the economic means and technologies. We all agree that the Internet is evolving really fast, and we must be ready, open, and willing to keep up with its evolution. I would like to thank you all for your attention and invite you to continue working together by building capacity for the internet governance arrangements and for the economic development, and to support the governance principles, considering with the fundamental rights for democratic values to strengthen the sustainability of the multi-shareholders model by making actors and processes more inclusive, transparent and accountable, and to continue supporting IGF for the purpose it was created and developed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I'd like to invite Your Excellency Elmir Velizadeh, Deputy Minister for Communications and High Technologies of Azerbaijan.
Distinguished Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the host country and our brother nation, the government of Turkey, for successful hosting and excellently organizing these international essential events of the 9th meeting of the Internet Governance Forum on Connecting Continents for Enhancing Multi-Stakeholder Internet Governance, which is second IGF event in the region after the IGF 2012 Baku meeting. And this fact indicates the growing interest of regional countries in ICT development. Accordingly, at these high-level leader meetings, we will look forward to ideas on how ICT tools can be harnessed to advance sustainable development. It will be high pleasure for us to share enormous practice and expertise Azerbaijan in this field. Strengthening of potential of local ICT industry, produce and export of competitive products, become hub for information flow and services, make available to benefit usage of gain opportunities of internet by society are main target for us. The rapid growth of usage of internet and its impact on social, cultural, political and economic aspects of society has far-reaching implications for development, both within and between countries. Considering these essential facts, government of Azerbaijan pays special attention to the development of ICT. Since Azerbaijan is well known regionally and internationally for its promotion of information society as a national development priority. At April month, National Strategy on Development of Information Society was adopted in Azerbaijan for new period 2014-2020 years. Broadband project, which aimed at bring fiber to home, very soonly will start in Azerbaijan. Regarding this, during next 3 years, penetration of internet will increase from 73% to 85%. IGF provides enormous capacity building opportunities for all stakeholders. This year's IGF theme, Connecting Continents, reflect the enormous scale or power of today's internet connecting continents. This is exactly the reason why it's important that we are there today. We are keeping on contributing to values which IGF delivers. The Internet Governance Forum has entered the 9th year now, and it is become essential platform for internet governance and stakeholder groups, providing the great opportunity and place to share important and significant information, to discuss all relevant problems and concerns. Internet governance takes into account opinion of all stakeholders, which are civil society, private sector, governmental and non-governmental organizations. IGF play essential role in achieving innovation in Internet governance, and relevant progress will contribute to make Internet international and free zone for all of the arts. Excellencies and colleagues, lastly, on behalf of management and staff of Ministry of Communication and High Technologies of Republic of Azerbaijan, personally, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to all stakeholders who participated in Azerbaijan event in 2012 in Baku, and use this opportunity invite you to second Regional Internet Governance Forum, which will be held in first week December in Baku. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I'd like to invite Your Excellency Yasuo Sakamoto, Vice Minister for Policy Coordination, Minister of Internal Affairs and Communications from Japan.
I'm Sakamoto, Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication, Japan. First of all, I'd like to express my appreciation, Chair Dr. Tayfun Ajalel, Minister His Excellency Lutfi Elban, officials of the Turkish government, and all the people who make this forum possible. In 2025, it is expected more than 5.5 billion people will use the internet, and more than 50 billion electronic devices will be connected to the internet. That is, globally connected space will come into existence. How should we make the best of this globally connected space? It is important to have a shared awareness that this is an issue which has been given to for the first time in human history. Possibility for the future brought about by the spread of the internet are open equally to developing countries and developed countries. It is possible to leapfrog the traditional process for economic development. On the other hand, we face not only national problems such as disaster prevention, medical care, but also extremely urgent global problems such as global warming, resource problems. In solving these national and global problems, we have a responsibility to use ICT. Humans and humans, humans and things, things and things will be connected anytime, any place by cloud services, big data, or wearable technology. Importantly, this environment will not be realized automatically. Protection of information security and privacy needs to be addressed globally across national borders. It is empowered individual who enhances information security, protects privacy. That is why development of information literacy or capacity building is essential. ICT is a tool. Each country is trying to advance the use of ICT in an emerging environment. We have best practices. For example, Japan is working for capacity building in information security with ASEAN countries. Through sharing best practices in each country, shall we build common models on information literacy, applied and shared by all humankind in the era of globally connected space? Finally, I'd like to mention Internet governance. NetMundial produced beneficial outcomes concerning the multi-stakeholder approach, which we support. This momentum is worth keeping and further evolving. For the sake of enhancement of multi-stakeholder, development of information literacy for participants in multi-stakeholder is essential. IGF can become the most appropriate place to build the global internet literacy. IGF should send its message of the importance on these areas to the global and show the tangible and practical output for them. Japan will continue to support IGF and constructively contribute to such emerging activities. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now, with your kind permission, I'd like to invite Your Excellency Rashid Ismailov, Deputy Minister of Telecom and Mass Communications of the Russian Federation.
Dear Chairman, dear Ministers, dear ladies and gentlemen, let me extend my gratitude to the Government of the Republic of Turkey for hosting the 9th Annual Internet Governance Forum and this high-level leaders meeting in the run-up to forum. I would like to point out that the Internet in Russia is not only the key element of economy's important sector's development, but as well the key system of public administration and a certain environment for establishing relations between citizens and the state. We want this environment to be safe, stable, and predictable. We consider unacceptable the use of the Internet for mass violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms. We emphasize the need to balance between the protection of human rights and security on the Internet, including through the implementation of restrictions imposed by the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. As Fortaleza Declaration states, I wish to pay the special appeal of the BRICS leaders to conserve information and communication technology resources, and in particular the Internet, as a tool of peace and development, and not to admit to use it as weapons. The BRICS countries have strongly condemned acts of mass electronic surveillance and data collection on individuals around the world, as well as violations of state sovereignty and human rights, especially the right to privacy. I would note that only the leading role of countries on the condition of close international cooperation can effectively save this issue. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is the sovereign right and responsibility of states and governments to protect personal data of its citizens by personal data processing in national Internet infrastructures. Therefore, it is important to adapt the multi-stakeholder model of Internet governance to new realities by establishing clearly the role of states and responsibilities of all stakeholders, especially the ones from the private sector. We need to demonstrate that the positive changes are happening. Due to these changes, our citizens and parties of the international Internet community will once again believe that the network can be safe, clear, stable, and predictable. I must note that we all consistently build our own national system of measures on the effective governance of the Internet, taking into account the international requirements and best practices of other states. We welcome any steps undertaken to enhance the international cooperation in this field. Now, Russia is consistently advocating for the continuation of the WSIS process and taking the appropriate decision in the United Nations General Assembly, as it will lay the foundation to determine the overall general direction for the next decade information space development, including the management of infrastructure of the Internet. We also have consistently supported the policy of internationalization of Internet governance and the development of a global policy in this area under auspices of such authoritative international organizations as the UN and the ITU. I would like to speak for the support of the European Union position on question of the need to strengthen the role of the international non-profit organization ICANN. Russia sees the need to develop a substantive document that will enshrine legal framework, responsibilities and obligations of ICANN and offer possibility to states and intergovernmental bodies to monitor the activities of this organization, taking into account the prospects and opportunities of telecommunications development as a basis of the Internet. Dear ladies and gentlemen, touching upon the possibility of expanding the mandate of the Internet Governance Forum, IGF, it should be stated that Russia does not see that the IGF is currently ready to be responsible for the development and adoption of global policies related to Internet governance. However, we support more effective participation of the IGF as of an independent structure in a more pragmatic, comprehensive, and coordinated process of the WSIS within the frameworks of Geneva Plan of Action and Tunis Agenda for the Information Society. As we witness, it will require significant reforms in the IGF, primarily related to the increase of practical results of discussed issues and the strengthening of the role of states in this process under the auspices of the ITU. Russia takes an active part working internationally in the field of Internet governance on a wide variety of global and regional sites. Taking into consideration the principles and the roadmap of Internet governance which were adopted on the global multi-stakeholder meeting of the future Internet governance, Net Mundial, the majority of states, including Western countries, shares the same position as Russia does and does not consider the final documents of Net Mundial to be binding international instruments. However, we do appreciate the efforts of Brazil in the field of infrastructure of Internet governance and want to mention our understanding of Brazil's compromise position, which as a host country of this meeting had to be flexible and consider often conflicting interests of different groups. The global meeting on the Internet governance cannot be considered as alternative to the ITU in matters of global regulation and Internet infrastructure governance. I would like to conclude my remarks by emphasizing that Russia is ready to discuss various ideas and proposals that could potentially help the international community to create a truly secure, open and efficient model of Internet infrastructure governance based on internationally recognized norms and standards. Thank you very much. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now, with your kind permission, I'd like to invite Mr. Chris Painter from United States of America State Department on behalf of Mrs. Catherine Novelli.
Well, they say that the internet affords a great deal of anonymity, but it's probably clear to everyone here in the physical space that I am not indeed Undersecretary Catherine Novelli. However, I'm very happy to deliver these remarks on her behalf. Unfortunately, her flight has been delayed, but she is going to be arriving later today to meet all of you and to participate both in this evening's program and tomorrow during the IGF. I'm Chris Painter. I'm Secretary Kerry's coordinator for cyber issues. And again, I deliver these remarks on her behalf and on our behalf. I am pleased to join all of you in Istanbul at this year's Internet Governance Forum. I would personally like to thank the government of Turkey for hosting this important event and this high-level meeting, and in particular, Minister Elvin. Today's session on capacity building should serve as a call to action for all of us. The Internet is the most amazing engine for economic growth that the world has ever seen. Sadly, however, not every country and every region share equally in its benefits, particularly the developing world. Finding solutions to connect unserved and underserved areas so that these incredible economic and social benefits
can more be equally shared is a top foreign policy priority for the United States. We want to work with all of you to help ensure that the necessary resources, training, and technology are available to bring the benefits of the Internet to everyone. The Internet has become a platform for economic growth as fundamental as highways, power grids, and universities. Incredibly, for every 10% increase in a country's Internet penetration, its total economic growth expands by 1 or 2%. Today, the Internet comprises, on average, 4.3% of the overall gross domestic product of nations as varied as the United States, Brazil, China, India, Turkey, South Africa, and South Korea. By 2016, the Internet economy is projected to reach $4.2 trillion in the G20 economies alone. Clearly, the Internet has become a part of the critical infrastructure we all depend upon, and we cannot afford to leave anyone off of the worldwide information grid. We have seen Internet-related innovation, how Internet-related innovation happens, and how people then use innovative products and services to change the world. 7 years ago, mobile phones only connected telephone calls, but now, all over the world, consumers routinely use their smartphones to access the web, receive emails, send pictures, watch videos, send texts, review medical records, and check bank accounts. In short, the Internet has enabled an information explosion at low cost for anyone with access to a smartphone. Thanks to wireless technologies, people all over the world have access to better health care. 2 years ago, a 24-year-old engineer from Cameroon developed a computer tablet called the CardioPad. With this innovative device, thousands of African patients who live hundreds of miles away from clinics may now receive cardiac exams through home visits. Agriculture has also been transformed. Farmers all over the world routinely access weather reports and track commodity prices so they can better understand when to plant crops and where to sell them. To ensure that the Internet continues to grow and foster these and other innovations, we must increase broadband access and foster a free and open Internet. To address both of these challenges, 2 years ago, the United States announced the creation of the Alliance for Affordable Internet. This multinational, multi-stakeholder coalition advises government policymakers on building competitive markets that will attract private investment and lower prices for their citizens. I am pleased that the governments of Mozambique, Nigeria, and Ghana recently joined the alliance. We encourage other developing countries to take advantage of this important capacity-building initiative. Our Internet governance model, of course, must be broadly inclusive. But at the same time, we should retain what is good about the existing governance structure, its ability to act quickly and flexibly in Internet time. There are some who believe that we should replace the current multi-stakeholder system that has made the Internet the incredible engine of growth that it is today with intergovernmental regulation. But do we really believe that the Internet could continue to flourish in these conditions? Imagine a world where every Baidu or Google search was taxed, or where the types of information that flowed across the Internet were regulated through multilateral governmental mandates. We believe that would result in a slow, cumbersome, inefficient, and expensive Internet that would not be capable of driving positive changes in education, in healthcare, and in the economy. We are all here today because we care about the future of the Internet. The United States believes strongly that all stakeholders have a shared responsibility to expand Internet penetration rates and encourage the free flow of data across and within borders. The Internet belongs to everyone. Together, we must ensure that the Internet remains vibrant and continues to be a conduit to better the lives of people worldwide. And we welcome the discussions both at this meeting and throughout the week at the IGF. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Painter. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Lawrence Stradling, Assistant Secretary of National Telecommunications and Information Administrations of United States of America.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the Turkish government for hosting today's event, and especially Minister Elvan and my friend Tayfun Bey for asking me to say some words about what we're doing in the United States in the area of capacity building, the topic of today's high-level session. There will be three areas I'm going to address. First is how to expand broadband access within our nation, what we are doing to increase the adoption of broadband services by our citizens, and finally, how we are utilizing the multi-stakeholder process domestically to build the capacity of procedures and best practices to enable businesses and other stakeholders to move forward. With broadband access, in 2009, Congress appropriated $4 billion to expand broadband around the United States. And our program, as it draws to an end, has generated some impressive statistics. We've laid 112,000 miles of fiber and broadband facilities in the United States, which is enough to circle the globe 4.5 times. We've connected, or our grantees have connected, 25,000 schools, libraries, and hospitals with high-speed broadband access, and we've generated 730,000 new broadband subscribers. But the key thing about our program is how we went about determining where and how to spend the money. We had many smart people telling us how we ought to do this or do that, but we took a different tack. We thought, we're going to listen to the people. We're going to listen to the communities tell us where their needs are, where they want this investment to come. And what we heard from our communities was that they wanted high-speed access brought into the front door of every community, at least a gigabit of access. And they wanted their schools and libraries and these other anchor institutions connected to this high-speed access. And so that's where we have put the money, and that's why we've gotten the successful outcomes that we've gotten. With respect overall, as the end of this program, we are seeing speeds have dramatically increased to our anchor institutions and prices have come down. Where anchors previously paid $111 per megabit for broadband service, they're now paying $2 per megabit. So that shows what happens when you listen to the stakeholders and put money where it can do the most good according to the needs identified by the local communities. With broadband adoption, we followed the same approach. We put grants around the country to allow different communities, different agencies, civil society to experiment with different ways to expand broadband adoption. Currently, in the United States, broadband adoption sits at about 72% of households that subscribe. But what we've learned from our program is that to expand that adoption statistic, you need to engage people in the community, friends, family members, to train other people on how to use the internet. We very much share the comments of the Minister of Romania that there's an incredible issue here of teaching and training people to take advantage of these technologies. Finally, I want to talk about how we've used the multi-stakeholder process in the United States. We all know about it in the international context of the multi-stakeholder organizations such as ICANN and IETF, but we've brought it inside the United States as well to bring together businesses, civil society, academics to develop best practices and codes of conduct in the area of privacy, cybersecurity, and the protection of intellectual property. Early on, it was hard for our participants to understand exactly how to operate in this environment. They kept looking to us to make the decisions, which they are used to having regulators and other agencies do. And it took them a while to understand that the only way we were going to get answers and solutions was when they took it upon themselves to take responsibility for the process and to make decisions. And so it's been quite an experience as we bring these techniques and bring these practices into our day-to-day actions inside the United States government. So in closing, the United States will continue to look for opportunities to build capacity in these and other important areas of broadband and internet technology. I'm happy to share our lessons that we've learned, but I think it's just as important that we take this opportunity to learn from the rest of you about your experiences. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Strackling. And now I'm pleased to invite Mr. Philip Metzger, Director General of Office of Communications of Switzerland.
Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the Swiss Confederation is very honored to be given the opportunity to address this high-level leaders meeting ahead of the 9th Annual Internet Governance Forum starting tomorrow. We are most grateful to the Republic of Turkey for hosting this event in the magnificent city of Istanbul, a city that connects continents, that connects cultures, and above all, that connects people. Since the beginning of the Internet governance debate at the World Summit on the Information Society in Geneva in 2003, Switzerland has tried to play an active role in this process, for instance, by facilitating consensus at the WSIS summits, supporting constructive discussions within the UN Commission on Science and Technology for Development, and in ICANN's Government Advisory Committee, or by being a key supporter and donor of the Internet Governance Forum, and by co-organizing the European Dialogue on Internet Governance. Most recently, the Swiss authorities, together with Diplo Foundation, have launched the Geneva Internet Platform, the GIP. This Geneva-based initiative serves as an online platform, as an observatory, as a capacity-building center, and as a permanent venue for discussion. With Geneva as one of the main hubs where digital policies are being debated, evaluated, and adopted, the GIP provides an inclusive space for digital policy debates and has a special focus on supporting small and developing countries. We hope that the GIP can make a meaningful contribution to capacity building in the field of Internet governance, and that as many stakeholders as possible can and will make good use of it. There will be a first major conference organized by GIP, the Geneva Internet Conference, which will take place in Geneva on the 18th and the 19th of November, and which will hopefully attract a wide variety of stakeholders. Switzerland's contribution to the ongoing Internet governance debate is based on its long-lasting experience in consensus finding and policy making in a multicultural and multilinguistic environment. Because of our participatory and decentralized direct democratic governance system, we aim to contribute to rules for a people-centered Internet based on principles of transparency, inclusiveness, democratic participation, and accountability. Switzerland is committed to building additional capacities that allow all stakeholders to shape the discussions and the decision-making on an equal footing in their respective roles. Multi-stakeholder debates and multi-stakeholder decision-making processes on matters of public policy will help us find the most appropriate solutions for developing an information society that corresponds to the vision outlined by the WSIS back in 2003. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Internet Governance Forum has played a pivotal role in the development of Internet governance over the past decade. It provides a unique opportunity to discuss public policy issues pertaining to the Internet in an inclusive manner. In light of its unique open platform function, bringing together engaged participants from all over the world to discuss the decisive topics at hand, we encourage the further strengthening of the IGF and indeed the renewal of its mandate. Again, in the spirit of capacity building in the field of Internet governance, Switzerland is totally committed to supporting the Internet Governance Forum beyond 2015. Building on the experiences made notably within the IGF, the global multi-stakeholder meeting on the future of Internet governance, the Net Mondial, has demonstrated no later than in April this year how a thorough and inclusive multi-stakeholder process can be shaped and how valuable outcomes can be achieved. Some of us may actually still remember how the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany recently put it at the European Dialogue on Internet Governance in Berlin. When was the last time, he asked, when was the last time you saw a government official standing in line behind a civil society representative to deliver his speech? Switzerland considers it important to build on the experiences made in Sao Paulo and to continue the discussions in a true Net Mundial spirit. There is definitely a need for more multi-stakeholder discussions to clarify each other's roles and responsibilities, and the tasks before us in this respect are immense. But so is human creativity, and so are the possibilities for solutions. By tackling the challenges through genuinely inclusive processes, the gains for society as a whole will by far outweigh what some may consider costs. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Metzger. And now I'm like to invite Mr. Takorn Tantasit, Secretary General of National Broadcasting and Telecommunication Commission of Thailand.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the ICTA of the Republic of Turkey of kindly inviting me to spending this lovely evening sharing our experience and knowledge with the after delegate. On behalf of the National Broadcasting and Telecommunications Commission, or NBTC, please allow me to take this excellent opportunity to give you a brief of what our organization has achieved in the field of telecommunications and broadcasting during the past recent year. Telecommunications and broadcasting sector have currently contributed 3% to the GDP of Thai economy. These two industries are seen as facilitators of growth, especially in terms of labor and multi-factor productivity. The development of our industry have both increased cost reduction capacity and boost our competitiveness across the entire economy. This leads to a dramatic change on consumer behavior in Thailand, as well as Thai people living standard. For the telecommunication sector, NBTC estimates that in 2014, the current value of the market, including mobile phone, fixed line, and internet service, is approximately 9.3 billion US dollar, or 2.5% of GDP. The economic growth will be facilitated partly by the issue of new license on 2.1 GHz spectrum. As mobile penetration in Thailand related 136% in 2013 and continue to grow, the demand for mobile service and application, including value-added service and online content, has shown an upward trend. Especially for the mobile data, it is expected to play an increasingly important role in the growth of Thai telecom sector. One of our regulatory roles dictates that we must ensure that the spectrum will be used efficiently and able to facilitate competition in the market. This is why in 2012, NBTC has organized the first ever spectrum auction in Thailand. The auction for 2.1 GHz spectrum so-called 3G auction 2 years ago has resulted in the overall economic benefit of almost $30 billion to the cost of Thai economy. Apart from the auction revenue of $2.5 billion, there is an immediate increase of about 38% of market size. Before the auction, there were nearly 80 million active mobile numbers. However, at the moment, the number is reaching 110 million, in which 65 originate from 3G mobile active number. Prospectively, there is 30% growth in the smartphone market, which account for $2 billion in 2014. For broadcasting sector, the industry is in the earlier stage of new regulation and transition to the digital television system. NBTC has conducted an auction for terrestrial digital broadcasting for business using DVB-T2 standard in December last year. There were 24 licenses. The auction yield direct revenue to the state at the moment of $1.6 billion, and it is expected to increase in advertising expenditure of $3 billion in 2014, or almost 1% of our GDP. For Universal Service Obligation, or USO, we have accumulated $700 million over the years to be used as a USO fund. The main purpose of this fund is for development and improvement of our telecommunication and broadcasting service in the area that are not commercial for the business to invest. For the future development of telecommunication sector, from 2015 to 2016, we plan to organize an auction for 1800 MHz spectrum for the 4G technology, and after auction for the 900 MHz spectrum for mobile phone. We forecast that the mobile service will be the leading sector in our industry, and the value of the telecommunication market will grow to approximately $16.6 billion by 2016, or contribute about 4% to the GDP. Combining with the broadcasting sector, we expect a substantial increase for both sectors, which probably the contribution of 4.7% to GDP in the next 2 years. As you can see, we are regulating to every important area in the economics, which are likely to grow from 4% of GDP in 2014 to almost 5% of GDP in 2016. Therefore, it is essential that we have to enhance our capacity and competency of our human resource to achieve our organization mission and sustain our success. We do focus on improving our personnel capability to reach the world class and international standard by launching an in-house domestic and international project and training program to elevate and strengthen our skill. We also target a substantial human development through academic system that will produce a pool of highly capable human resource to fulfill the requirement of not only our organization itself, but also for the whole industry. We encourage the leading Thai university to jointly operate many domestic and international educational projects with us. We want to make sure that we will have a high-quality human resource to handle our expanding industry both at present and in the future. In addition, we also have a long-term project to sustain our success in the future by providing scholarship to a high-potential group of our current and prospective employees to study in a higher-level education institution abroad. Currently, we have many scholarship recipients who graduate from many respectable universities around the world, such as Columbia University, Wellesley College, University of California at Berkeley in United States, Imperial College, London School of Economics and Political Science, University College London, and University of Warwick in Britain, and Waseda University in Japan. We hope to groom this group of our staff to fill the leading position in our organization in the future. NBTC is a national organization with ambition of becoming an internationally recognized policy-making institution as well as a respectable regulator. We highly anticipate and encourage the sharing of relevant information along with other experience among the members in the international community. Since the world will become a more increasingly connected place through the telecommunication technology, it will be impossible for us alone to protect and improve the quality of life of our people. We realize that it is essential for us and everyone to collaborate and deal with the present and future challenge together with our friends across the globe. I sincerely hope that this event will make us learn more about each other and stay closer in order to move toward the future together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tantasit. And for the last speech, I'd like to invite Mr. Hasham El Alail, Executive President of National Telecommunication Regulatory Authority of the Arab Republic of Egypt.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to be here today in the beautiful city of Istanbul and to have the privilege of taking part in this high-level leaders meeting. I wish first to congratulate the government of Turkey for organizing this meeting and for hosting the 9th IGF meeting, which will start its proceedings tomorrow. As Istanbul is connecting the European continent and to the Asian continent, the IGF is well positioned this year to address the overall theme of connecting continents for enhanced multi-stakeholder internet governance. This meeting comes at a critical crossroads. The internet governance landscape has never been developing as quickly as it is today. The IANA transition, Sao Paulo Net Mondial meeting, WSIS +10 process, the high-level panel on global internet cooperation and governance, London Ministerial Roundtable, the Net Mondial initiative just launched in Geneva last week, the 9th meeting of the IGF that will start tomorrow, all are indicators of how conscious all stakeholders are becoming of the importance of tackling the pressing challenges of today's internet governance, swiftly, effectively, and collaboratively. The internet in Egypt is developed through collaborative work of private sector, academia, and government, and has been a catalyst for economic growth, as well as human and social development. Egypt, therefore, supports an internet environment that enables innovation, growth, and individual empowerment, which can only be achieved through a multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance. The internet is a global distributed resource. No single stakeholder group can alone take the challenges its governance poses in today's world. Each and every one of us, the stakeholders, holds a piece of the puzzle that constitutes our common understanding of issues and of a global vision for an effective way forward. The internet is approaching 3 billion users, and more growth is expected, especially from the developing world. To truly move together, we should continue to ensure principles and means of inclusivity and meaningful participation in global internet governance, which will also achieve better representativeness. In this respect, the theme of our high-level leaders meeting today's capacity building for economic development is timely. Capacity building couldn't be more important than it is today amid this fast-changing environment. It has become clearer now more than ever. Without sufficient and effective capacity building, we cannot really achieve the aspiration of fully participatory internet governance, with all the risks this might entail to the integrity of the internet. But as we discuss the various aspects and challenges of internet governance, we shouldn't lose focus of development as the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal, the development of internet governance. We need to keep development in focus as we engage into dialogue on the global internet governance map, especially as we are approaching the era of the development agenda beyond 2015. In that respect, Egypt believes in the digital economy as the main catalyst for the overall economic development. In adopting a developmental agenda, we are particularly conscious of the importance of addressing infrastructure challenges while focusing on the individual through enhancing confidence and trust in the use of an open, secure, and stable internet. With more than half of the world population still deprived of the benefits of the internet, rights of the unconnected should be central to our discussion in different forums, including the IGF. We should as well work hard to develop internet supporting industries in underdeveloped regions of the world, such as the content industry and the DNS industry. It is our collective role to continue to develop communities in those regions, communities that are empowered to seize the benefits of the internet economy and are more capable of actively engaging in the global governance of the internet. In that direction, and in our endeavor to bridge gaps through multi-stakeholder cooperation, the Egyptian government has signed an agreement with ICANN earlier in July to establish a DNS Entrepreneurship Center in Egypt, with the overall objective of stimulating innovation and entrepreneurship in online-related businesses, and advancing the domain name ecosystem in the Arab and African regions. The center will be teaming up with other partners and lending its expertise to projects and initiatives that aim to advance and strengthen the entire internet economy, both at national and regional levels. Furthermore, in view of the new Suez Canal development project, Egypt has the ambitions to become a worldwide digital hub, capitalizing on its unique location. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, just as an internet has catalyzed innovation, we should not stop trying to be as innovative in our endeavors. We should approach capacity building and outreach in a combined manner, not as two distinctive goals. We should also capitalize on existing platforms of regional IGF, such as the Arab and the African IGF in our region, in order to strengthen their impact and utilize their reach and established networks. At the end, I wish to reiterate my appreciation and gratitude to government of Turkey for the great organization of this meeting and for their wonderful hospitality. I look forward to a successful and fruitful IGF meeting over the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. El Alaili, and we'd like to thank once more all speakers of ministerial session, and we'd like to invite you to have a coffee break, and we'll convene again at 4:30 for stakeholder session. Thank you.
Ses prova 1 2 3 4. Ses prova 1 2 3 4. Tamam mı abi şu an? Ses prova 1 2 3 4.
Geldiği konusunda emin miyiz? Geldiği konusunda emin miyiz? Geldiği konusunda emin miyiz? Gelsin o bir taraftan. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please have your seats? Nerede hani? Ya hızlı hızlı oturacağız ha? Mikrofondan uzaklaşın. Kolay gelsin. Kolay gelsin. Ay sağ olun. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, after opening remarks and ministerial sessions, we'll continue our meetings with stakeholders session. And first of all, I'd like to invite Mr. Win Cerf, Chairman of the Board of American Registry for Internet Numbers. Mr. Cerf, please.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished speakers, noted participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a pleasure to engage with you in dialogue in advance of the 9th Internet Governance Forum. I am grateful to the organizer of this meeting, His Excellency Minister Elvan, for his invitation to participate. As I observe the state of the 2014 Internet, I continue to be impressed by the remarkable robustness of the multi-stakeholder collaboration that has produced and continues to develop this rich entrepreneurial information sharing and digital services environment. All stakeholders, from the private sector and academia to the technical community, civil society, and governments, have roles to play in the implementation, operation, and continued evolution of this global communication medium. Earlier this year, I had occasion to write about Internet governance in its most general sense. My colleagues and I concluded that Internet governance is a shared responsibility. All stakeholders have roles to play. I would like to suggest to you today that the same may be said about the safety and security of the Internet. The Internet will not be conducive to users, operators, businesses, and governments if it is not a reasonably safe and secure environment in which to pursue our individual and collective interests. I am persuaded that we have a collective responsibility to improve these aspects of the Internet operation. As users of the Internet and members of civil society, we are responsible to ourselves and others to exercise care to avoid the ingestion and spread of malware, the use of weak passwords, inadvertent contribution to spam email, and unintentional enabling of harmful and even criminal use of the Internet. We should learn to recognize and avoid phishing attacks. We should heed warnings about malware-bearing websites. We should make use of security-enhancing technologies such as two-factor authentication where this is available. As technologists and academics, we should be researching ways to reinforce the security, confidentiality, and robustness of the Internet's design and implementation, and seek to standardize best practices that produce these outcomes. We should be helping users to avoid and clear infections from our computers, laptops, desktops, pads, and smartphones, to say nothing of becoming Internet of Things. As private sector operators and providers of services through the Internet, we are obligated to make use of technical and procedural methods that enhance the safety and security of our customers and users. As members of government, we are obligated to broker cooperation and set incentives to shape policy to encourage the development, adoption, and use of practices that protect users from harm and visit consequences on bad actors motivated to use the Internet to harm others for their own satisfaction or gain. All of this effort, of course, must be undertaken in the context of preserving the freedoms that the Internet has offered to us all, to speak, to hear, to assemble, and to produce and share information and services. Because the Internet is a global resource and its operation transcends national boundaries, our ability to achieve these objectives will depend in large measure on our ability to cooperate and collaborate on a global scale. Successful exercise of this joint responsibility that all stakeholders share is a necessary ingredient for the long-term utility of the Internet. I hope sincerely that this IGF will produce a collective commitment to improving the safety and security of the Internet while preserving its freedoms. We owe this to ourselves and to those who will follow us into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sturff, and I'd like to invite Mr. Jean-Paul Philippot, President of European Broadcasting Union.
Ladies and gentlemen, the broadcast media sector that I represent here is one of sectors most exposed to the digital revolution. The switchover from analog to digital transmission, which is now nearly fully completed in Europe, has consequently removed technical barriers that were previously isolating TV and radio market from other industries. As a result of this convergence, broadcasters are now competing with print media, telco operators, or IT-based industry on the same playing field. At the Net Mundial meeting in April in Sao Paulo, it was pointed out that although Globo, Brazil's largest media conglomerate, still remain the leader in advertising revenue within the Brazilian market, a US company has now become the second largest recipient of Brazilian advertising revenue, with a total approaching 80% of that of Globo. Interestingly, this US company employs around 100 people responsible for generating this revenue in Brazil, to compare with Globo, which employ 30,000 people. Is this an example of efficiency? Is this an example of strengthening of creative economy, or an example of unregulated market globalization? This example demonstrates that the new model of economic development based on internet is not only creating job and richness, but also at the same time challenging and sometimes destroying previously existing business model and value change. One of the most interesting workshops of the IGF program this year will be ICT and Job, Creative Destruction or Destructive Creation. With this example in mind, I urge you as influential decision makers to take action that will provide us with a framework for global internet governance through which we can avoid potentially devastating effects on the economies, on the creativity, on the culture of our society. Since 2003, the World Broadcasting Union and the European Broadcasting Union have argued in favor of global internet governance. We strongly believe that government, in close cooperation with stakeholders, have their mission in governing processes, such as the digital revolution, rather than adopting a laissez-faire approach. In this sense, we hope that the process launched at the Net Mundial in Sao Paulo will result in a strengthening of the IGF and an internationalization of ICANN and INA, and a modernizing of ITU mandate. In supporting such a global internet governance framework, we believe it's necessary to protect and preserve the open and democratic character of the internet. Market forces do, of course, have a role to play in promoting economic development and efficiency, but this market first must coexist in a dynamic fashion with open internet access services. The streamlining of copyright clearance and the protection against piracy are other relevant aspects which would help to foster the dynamic and innovative character of the internet. We very much hope that progress will be made at the relevant levels. Ownership and use of user-generated data, access to data, and online data privacy are also important issues for PSM. We believe that there must be a level playing field ensuring free and equal access to this data. However, such access must also be balanced with the need to safeguard user privacy and personal information. We very much look forward to working with other stakeholders in developing and ensuring such a balanced approach, which we see as absolutely critical. One final point to be made. All of the concern expressed with regard to economic sectors can also have profound effect on the media sectors. Pluralistic media systems are essential for democracy and safeguarding human rights at global and at local level. To this end, the existence and condition for the economic growth of independent media at the national level, expressed in the language of each country, with respect for minorities, must be preserved. Public service media have a special responsibility in this regard, and we believe that our public service mission is even more relevant and required in the digital area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Filippo. And I'd like to invite Mrs. Megan Richards, Principal Advisor and Head of the European Commission's delegation to the IGF.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's a wonderful opportunity to be here in Istanbul, which is a city that, as you all know, joins Europe and Asia together, and of course in this room together to discuss the Internet Governance Forum in the future, which brings together people from all over the world, from citizens to civil society to industry to governments, all of whom have an interest in this wonderful, dynamic, and equalizing tool that we have in the Internet, which allows citizens a voice, allows illiterate people even to have access to information that they wouldn't have had in the past, and has been such a marvelous tool for economic development and growth. And it's in this particular capacity and in this context that I want to talk particularly about the importance of capacity building for economic growth, which we think in the European Commission is an aspect that is particularly important. Capacity building is not just one measure for all. It has to be adjusted and adapted to each individual case and each individual set of circumstances. In Europe, we have, of course, from the perspectives of some, a single unified union. And of course, we like to think that politically and intellectually and in all sorts of other aspects, we are a union. But we have to also be conscious that in many respects, the individual member states are at very different levels in many respects. And this includes in the context of development of the internet, access to broadband, etc. And this is one of the reasons why the Digital Agenda for Europe was established a few years ago under the guidance of Nelly Kroes, our Commissioner for the Digital Agenda, to encourage and raise the level within Europe of all citizens and all those who have an interest and a desire to improve and develop their digital circumstances and their digital economies. So in that context, I wanted to raise with you and identify with you some of the activities that we're taking, not just within Europe, but some of the activities that the European Commission is doing to encourage capacity building also with other countries and with many of our other partners. Many of the previous speakers in the earlier session have talked about the importance of the internet as a social and communication tool, which of course it is very important. But we have seen also, and in Europe this is particularly important, given the many years of economic recession that we have been faced, the importance of the internet as an economic tool. And we see this particularly with SMEs, who now have access to global markets, to huge areas that they would never have before had access to. A boy in a garage can start a new internet company with only internet access, but of course they have to have that internet access. We've seen, for example, the transformation of a small company called Rovio, and if any of you have or know children under the age of 15, they probably know Angry Birds, which has now reached over 1 billion consumers, something that a small company in Finland would never, ever have been able to do without the internet. So this has shown just the wonderful transformative potential of the internet. But this means that we really have to nurture and protect its openness so that innovation can thrive and produce economic growth and development. And freedom of expression and access to the internet is really what is going to propel creativity and empowerment. So therefore, we have to make sure that not only a rich and exclusive and privileged group of people have such access, but this is something that is extended to all those around the world. And this is something that the European Commission is very active in promoting, and we want to make sure that this continues, and we have a number of programs to improve the way in which we provide development assistance to countries all around the world to improve their capacity and access to internet access and their information and communications technologies. These include facilitating access to networks, good regulatory practices, improving digital literacy, developing applications for the promotion of local content, and many more. And as I said, we have not only encouraged these activities and supported them in our development projects, but also I think in the context of developing and encouraging the use of standards. This is another area where the European Commission has acted very enthusiastically in encouraging such developments and improvements. In this context, I want to talk about 3 particular aspects that we attach a lot of importance to. One, of course, and many of the other speakers have talked about this, is the importance of high-speed, high-capacity broadband connections, which is one of the important targets of the digital agenda for Europe, but we recognize this as being a universal requirement and necessary for all other countries, and we're helpful in ensuring and proposing regulatory solutions to this, both within Europe and abroad, because lower investment costs will ultimately mean cheaper and more efficient provision of services to citizens and to companies. Second, and I want to underline what Vint Cerf has just mentioned, but some of the other speakers have talked about too, the important risks that are involved in dependence on information and communication technologies and on a single internet. We need to ensure that operators of critical infrastructures, including health, transport, energy networks, can protect themselves against cyber attacks and have proper risk management in place. Citizens also need to be aware of the privacy implications of what they do online and need the right skills to fully benefit from the internet. The internet, because of its international nature, is dependent on the weakest link in that chain. And therefore, this really is important that we have an open, secure, and safe internet. And third, looking at how the policy areas that are impacted by the internet have expanded over the years and the complex and distributed institutional framework of internet governance, it's essential that we share a common understanding of how the internet works and what the key public policy concerns are for different stakeholders. So capacity building in this context is absolutely crucial to ensure that we reach an inclusive and fair governance system of the internet. The European Commission has been particularly active in supporting the Internet Governance Forum, both financially and emotionally, let's call it that, in a policy sense. We have been very active in its support and also in ensuring that the IGF Secretariat has sufficient funds also to enable the participation of participants who might otherwise not be able to attend these meetings. So without the proper tools to promote capacity building, the security and stability of the internet is at risk, and at risk are also the many advantages that it can bring. In order to make sure that even more people are aware of what is going on in internet governance, the European Commission, together with many other partners, is working on the creation of a global internet policy observatory as a technical tool to increase capacity and expertise of all those interested in good internet governance. The observatory will make it easier for stakeholders with limited resources to follow, understand, and engage in internet governance and policy. So, as you know, many studies have shown how important the internet economy is for SMEs, for individuals, as well as the consumer surplus that is generated by the use of the internet. So it's clear that the internet has become one of the most important elements for economic development, for empowering people, for eliminating physical borders in trade and in communication, and of course in fostering innovation. The IGF plays such an important role in this ecosystem and has done so much in terms of raising the profile of the internet and its governance. We really want to ensure that the internet is available to everyone and that our future generations have a good, solid, and robust internet that is available for them. When we think of the younger populations in developing and emerging economies, this is where the future is, and we owe it to them as well as to our future generations to make sure that they have all the benefits that we have had as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Richards. And now I'd like to invite Mrs. Teresa Jorey-Sobel, Manager of Dibla Foundation, and she will make her speech on behalf of Jovan Kurbalia.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to deliver this speech on behalf of Dr. Jovan Kurbalia, Director of Diplo Foundation and the head of the Geneva Internet Platform, whose arrival was unfortunately delayed. It would be difficult to find a better venue than Istanbul to discuss the current internet governance situation. Istanbul is a city of bridges. Bridges not only crossing the Bosphorus and connecting Europe and Asia, but numerous cultural, historical, and social bridges too. Today, in IG, we need bridges more than ever before. Many of them will be virtual ones. We can learn from Istanbul, not only from its wonderful geographical position, but also from its rich history. This city was the seat of two of the longest-lasting social institutions in the modern era, the Eastern Roman Empire, or Byzantine, and the Ottoman Empire. Both survived for centuries, despite being located in one of the most turbulent regions in the world. This has not changed. While historians typically do not paint these two empires favorably, one fact is certain. Their long existence is evidence of their vitality. What can we learn from them? Our first lesson is one of merit-based, competent internet governance. Both empires were run for a large part of their history by highly competent officials. Ottoman Janissaries were recruited and promoted based on their merits. Both empires knew what was going on in their vast territories. Today, in IG, we need a lot of competence. We need more data and evidence on what we are discussing. For example, do we know the scale of cybersecurity risks? Not necessarily. There is a lot of guesswork in many areas of IG. Fortunately, there are more and more initiatives aimed at evidence-based digital politics. WSIS has a measuring initiative. The EU-led coalition has introduced the Global Internet Policy Observatory. With the help of the Swiss government, we at the Geneva Internet Platform are both analyzing data and making it understandable for all involved in digital politics. Evidence-based policymaking will also be one of the main themes of the Geneva Internet Conference, which we will host on 18th and 19th November 2014. These are first steps. Much more needs to be done. Our second lesson is one of inclusion. It may sound surprising, but, for example, the Ottoman Empire was, throughout most of its history, inclusive through decentralization. At that time, it was not a matter of democratic proclamation, but a matter of necessity. Military might had its limits, and the only way to run such a vast empire was to give people a chance to run their affairs themselves, while paying taxes to Constantinople, of course. Paradoxically, today, inclusion is not only a value, but also a practical necessity. If we want to preserve a unified internet, we need to give societies worldwide more say in how the internet is governed. This is where capacity building matters a lot. If countries and individuals do not have the skills and the ways and means of participating, IG will remain, for many, just a possibility and not a reality. We need to move from occasional courses to 360-degree capacity building, where we help institutions and individuals to effectively engage in digital politics in a sustainable way. We also need to focus on all who are missing today, such as digital grassroots movements worldwide. Our third lesson is the need to engage, listen, and ultimately reach a compromise. Wars and battles are often reported from the history of Istanbul, but this city was a place where different cultures engaged, negotiated, and achieved modus vivendi. Today, in an attempt to build internet bridges, we need empathy aimed at reaching compromises that will ensure the future growth of the internet. In conclusion, we hope that these three lessons will inspire our discussion over the next 4 days. First, the need for merit and evidence-based internet governance. Second, inclusion through 360-degree capacity development. And finally, third, a readiness to listen and engage aimed at reaching a compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horeysova. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Fadi Shehade, CEO of Internet Corporation, for assigned names and numbers.
Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by saying how beautiful the city is. It's a bit of a problem, Typhoon Bay, though, because this city doesn't sleep, which means most of us have to figure out how to get here early in the morning to work. Beautiful city of Istanbul, thank you for welcoming us. I want to take a moment to thank Typhoon Bay personally. Very few people know, he is the reason this IGF is happening here in Istanbul. It really is him. When we approached him and we said, please, Typhoon Bay, we need a sponsor for the 2014 IGF, can you do anything? And he took that torch and went to his government, and here we are. So thank you very much for that. We all owe you the thanks. Okay, I think you don't want me to make a speech. I also don't have a speech prepared. So I'll be very brief to say the following things. We are at a very special time in the era of this great thing called the internet. It's very exciting. It's a very important time. It's a time that history will look back at and say, what did these people who came to Istanbul and enjoyed some great food, I hope, and great company, what did they do to advance the work of governing the internet? And I will just bring us back to one thing. Sitting with us today is Vint Cerf, Steve Crocker, my boss, the people who many years ago created an internet with not principles, I'm going to call them values, with values of trust, with values of sharing. It is these values that today we should keep in our minds and our hearts when we design a way to govern this great resource they gave us. Let us design internet governance the same way the internet was governed. Distributed, shared, decentralized, built on trust. This is our chance to do this together. So let's learn from them, and let's use this week to advance our work. And finally, as the CEO of ICANN, I want to make a recommitment to all of you that we will continue with resolve to make ICANN the global organization that all of you want it to be. We will open it, we will make it more accountable, and we will make sure that all stakeholders, including governments and the US governments, are equal partners at the table, participating in making ICANN what it should be to serve you. Have a wonderful week. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Shehade. And now I'd like to invite Mr. John Danilovich, Secretary General of International Chamber of Commerce.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished participants. I'd like to thank the Republic of Turkey and Minister Elvan for the generous hosting of the 9th Internet Governance Forum. It's an honor and a pleasure to contribute to this event on behalf of the International Chamber of Commerce and its BASIS initiative, Business Action to Support the Information Society. For global business, the inclusion of all relevant stakeholders in policy development processes and discussions of Internet-related issues is an important key to addressing challenges and creating opportunities. The Internet Governance Forum is a key contributor toward building the understanding and dialogue across the stakeholder groups that leads to more informed policy decisions. The future growth of the world economy lies in the knowledge-based economy, for which the Internet is the chief enabler. But only about 1 in 3 people globally is able to go online today. The vast majority of the 4.3 billion people that remain unconnected live in developing countries and are typically among the world's poorest and most disadvantaged. We need to focus on capacity building in order to bring the disenfranchised groups into the digital age and to extend the Internet opportunity to more people. This is crucial to achieve the transition from a resource-based to to a knowledge-based economy. ICC Basis believes that investment in high-speed networks and ICT services creates the necessary platform for economic growth, job creation, and greater competitiveness. The proven correlation between the Internet and economic output shows that Internet adoption is both linked to GDP growth and that GDP growth in turn spurs the Internet adoption. A recent Deloitte report has found that increasing Internet access to levels experienced in developed countries can produce a 72% increase in GDP growth rates in the developing world. We need to build a better framework for developing the Internet and providing the Internet opportunity to those who have yet to benefit. Reflecting the importance that capacity building deserves, policy that enables access to the Internet, access to knowledge, is a key theme at this week's IGF here in Istanbul. Global business strongly supports long-term and sustainable competition through providing high-speed broadband networks to users and through policies that promote market entry and investment to attain the greatest geographical coverage of networks. Policy should also provide the continued health and growth of industries that create demand for high-speed networks and Internet services, including government services in education, health, energy distribution, and transport. Governments should promote a business climate conducive to investment in broadband infrastructure services and products enabling higher bandwidth and enhanced service quality that can be achieved through enhancing a competitive market, ensuring efficient and effective frequency allocation and management, promoting access in rural, remote, and underserved areas. It is precisely because of the multi-stakeholder model of governance that the Internet has grown into the platform of economic growth that it is today. We should be proud of what this collaboration has achieved. The Internet has enabled individuals to access information and services, to connect and communicate, and to share ideas and knowledge globally. The multi-stakeholder model, in representing all of our voices, is the best way to ensure the creation of policy that maximizes opportunities for the future and Internet innovation, and is the most effective means of informing Internet policy decision-making at government level. We must all work together as part of a multi-stakeholder process to allow societies to flourish and become economically empowered. And that is what I hope we together can accomplish at this conference here this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Danilovich. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Jari Arko, Chair of Internet Engineering Task Force.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to be working this week with you all on important topics for the governing of the Internet. I would also like to give my personal thanks to our hosts for organizing the meeting in this amazing city. My organization, the Internet Engineering Task Force, or the IGF, works on the core technologies for the Internet, on things such as HTTP, BGP, or DNS, or improvements on the security and privacy of the Internet. We also work hard on some aspects of Internet governance topics that touch us, such as the transition of NTI's role regarding IANA. And by the way, we are making good progress on that. I feel very optimistic about completing our part of the transition plan soon. And I would also like to say that it has been wonderful seeing the whole world work together on this topic. So many of you care about this or care about getting it right. And I know many of you are actually here in this room, so thank you all for that. But today I wanted to speak about the focus topic in this meeting, capacity building for economic development. And I have two observations to make. First, while my organization's roots are in the pure technical work, we have realized how connected technology and policy issues are. We have also seen that the Internet should be for everyone, and we need to understand Internet technology needs from all parts of the world and from different organizations. Reaching out to different types of participants is now a key priority for us. For instance, together with ISOC, we have a policy guest program that draws in participants that are focused on policy issues. We have fellowship and mentoring programs that help people from around the world to participate. We are meeting in new areas, and our over-the-internet working style, of course, makes it possible for people to participate even with a small amount of resources or a small amount of time. But this is just the beginning. I believe we all need to be connected better, be even more aware of other organizations and people who are thinking about problems in the internet or have some solutions for those problems. So this is my call for you, for myself, for all of us. We need to be even more connected. And I think this IGF is a great place to do exactly that. My second observation is about the role of the internet in driving innovation and economic development throughout the world. The internet allows us all to create new things very easily, be it from videos to community discussion forums to fundamental new innovations. The internet supports what I call permissionless innovation. The observation that I want to make is that technology continues to become even more easily usable by everyone. You no longer have to be a TV station to send your video around. I think we will see a similar development in other areas. As an example, at the IGF we work on something called web-based real-time communications, or WebRTC, which enables any web server to be a voice call or video call provider. Security technologies such as TLS enable anyone to build secure networks even on top of untrusted underlying connections. When we talk about capacity building, we should take into account that what used to require expertise and major corporations is quickly becoming possible for the individuals. I think that's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arko. And I'd like to invite Mrs. Catherine Brown, President and CEO of Internet Society.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, honorable ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, I want to also thank the Republic of Turkey for inviting us to this beautiful IGF in Istanbul. It's energizing to be in this magnificent city, a city that lies at the crossroads of cultures, serving as a hub for commerce, custom, and trade. It's fitting, therefore, that it hosts the 2014 IGF, this great global marketplace of ideas, a gathering of people from around the world who share with each other how to share the benefits of the internet for everyone. I understand that more than 3,000 people have registered for the IGF. This past year, as a diverse internet community, we have given much thought and energy on how to best govern ourselves. In the next days, we will have an opportunity with our colleagues from around the world to once again demonstrate the power of collective collaboration and action. As we know, collaboration is essential to ensure the future of the internet. If decisions related to the internet and its future are not in the hands of the many, they will only be in the hands of the few. We know that the open internet is an unparalleled positive force for economic and social progress. Access to the internet not only empowers individuals to make their lives better, but is a necessity to develop their countries' economies. Therefore, any consideration of governance must ensure that we finish the job of connecting the 2/3 of our world's people who are not yet connected. And second, that, as Yari just said, we preserve the essential nature of the internet that allows permissionless innovation, not only today, but in the future. At the Internet Society, we are committed to doing our part to expand the growth of the internet worldwide. We are busy developing toolkits for internet exchange points and combating spam. Our regional offices hold INETs throughout the world to demonstrate and teach technical skills so that communities can build and sustain local networks. Our leadership program creates and administers online courses and sponsors internet leadership seminars, ambassadorships, and internships. We take active policy leadership in developing governance issues, and our ISOC chapters have actively supported regional and national IGFs around the globe, while our staff has worked tirelessly to support the Best Practices Workshop here at the IGF Istanbul. This week here, we must harness the collective power of this powerful internet community to make sure that the internet is a reality for everyone. Empowering every individual with the ability to access, to participate equally on the internet will generate continual innovation, new efficiencies, and opportunities to fuel the next wave of internet growth, investment, and prosperity for all. Let's have a productive week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brown. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Serhat Özeren, Internet Development Board of Turkey. He's the chairman of the board.
Your Excellency, dear guests, I want to say welcome to Istanbul and good afternoon. First of all, I am very happy that such an important event is taking place in Istanbul. Global IT market has reached $4.5 trillion over the past decade. The number of online devices is continuously increasing. We are advancing to an environment where information is shared among people. In the near future, these technologies will take part in our lives more intensively. I think that the ones who intend to take place in the sector have to focus on needs to occur within this area and develop innovative approaches. I personally think that it's essential for the companies to enhance cooperation between university and industry and to continue research and development works in order to form a global company in Turkey. The most important tool of Internet and Internet-based economy are infrastructures. Today, the interest for the Internet, technologies on the Internet, and technologies and applications within this area is rapidly growing all around the world. The rate for possession of these technologies is increasing worldwide. Increase of speed in Internet will make faster and more diverse contributions to our life. Turkey has acted quickly in respect of predicting the future and acting accordingly, and has determined how the internet speed and infrastructure should be in the future with the help of 2023 goals prepared by Ministry of Transportation, Maritime Affairs and Communications. Today, we can say that Turkey will achieve these goals in a shorter time. Among these 2023 goals, we have reached the speed of 1,000 megabytes today. We predict that this will expand to wider geography and exceed this speed. In this sense, this subject is considered strictly important by the government, especially by Ministry of Transportation, Maritime Affairs and Communications. This indicates the support of government to companies carrying on business in this field. There are 9.4 million of fixed and 29 million of mobile broadband internet subscribers in Turkey. Investments are made for enhancing Turkey's role in changing world. Especially infrastructure works are rapidly developing both through air and ground in order to facilitate the best internet development. Today, values of countries are measured not by money or natural resources, but with the value of information, international and human resources. Projects which were nothing but dreams are coming true with the help of internet use. Of course, correct use of the internet and training the users are the great importance. Works being carried out within the subject of 2023 goals present their values in terms of covering up deficiencies and taking our country a step forward. I hope that international cooperation increasingly continues in order to develop the internet, which is critically important, and to create a virtual world more transparent, functional, and secure. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Özeren. And now I'd like to invite Ambassador Janis Karklings from Latvia, Chair of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group of the Internet Governance Forum.
Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good afternoon. So thank you for allowing me to say some 700 words. And I will start by thanking our host, the Republic of Turkey Ministry of Transport, Maritime Affairs and Communications, as well as Communication Technology Authority, for the hospitality and outstanding efforts in organizing the 9th Internet Governance Forum. The presence of so many ministers and high officials is testimony of the importance that is attached to internet governance around the world. It is also evidence that all stakeholders care about maintaining a free, open, interoperable, stable, secure, and trustworthy internet within a multilateral, democratic, transparent and inclusive framework of multi-stakeholder governance as defined by the World Summit on Information Society in 2005. The IGF is a unique global forum for convening these multi-stakeholder discussions. It ensures the internet continues to evolve in a global public interest consistent with the fundamental characteristics and objectives for the benefit of all internet users. The Internet governance debate, as it was already mentioned today by Assistant Secretary General of United Nations, has become even more complex as we move from discussion of infrastructure development into the realm of discussion about the use and also misuse of the Internet. Some important agreements already have been reached by the international community. The UN Human Rights Council has adopted by consensus a resolution on the Internet which suggests that the same human rights should apply offline and online. The notion that ICTs are a catalyst and even an engine of development is under consideration in the framework of elaboration of the post-2015 Sustainable Development Agenda. In this respect, ensuring free flow of information, freedom of expression, and environment conducive to innovation is an important part of public policy that falls within the remit of governments. The IGF, the 9th edition, which will open tomorrow, was established by the WSIS Tunis Summit as a multi-stakeholder discussion and capacity building platform. To date, it has evolved in an important element of the internet governance ecosystem. This year, the IGF will consider many complex policy issues such as IANA stewardship transition and network neutrality. In addition, key questions such as policies enhancing access, growth, and development on the internet, bridging the digital divide, freedom of expression, privacy, cultural and linguistic diversity will be extensively addressed. The Istanbul IGF will be the first global gathering of the multi-stakeholder internet community after the groundbreaking Net Mundial conference hosted by Brazil in April 2014, which has become a reference point in a multi-stakeholder cooperation exploring the boundaries of collective and democratic decision-making. The IGF has prominently supported by the Net Mundial, and this year's IGF seeks to meet the high expectations of the internet governance community. Several important innovations have been introduced in the program of 2014 IGF. These include identifying more focused and concrete outcomes, and the promotion of best practices in a range of important issues, such as multi-stakeholder model of internet governance, child online protection, local content creation, ensuring security and combating spam. The Istanbul IGF will also, for the first time, aim to coordinate and advance solutions to identify challenges, primarily through linking the annual global IGF with the many national and regional IGFs. It also will aim to pick up and explore further issues at the invitation of other organizations and fora. I hope that the Istanbul IGF will be a landmark event that will positively contribute to the ongoing review of the implementation of WSIS decisions. As the UN General Assembly examines the question of the possible extension of IGF mandate for further 5 or 10 year period, the IGF effectiveness will come under increasing scrutiny. Stakeholders themselves will have opportunity in Istanbul to review the IGF's role and its achievements and to identify the scope for its further strengthening. Today, ministerial level debate also provided valuable input that is necessary to assess the strengths and challenges of IGF. Today's discussion contribute to enhancing multi-stakeholder dialogue that is so important for increased understanding and capacity building. I wish all of us a very productive conference and look forward to engaging discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Karklins. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Virgilio Fernandez Almeida from National Secretary for Information Technology Policies, and he is also Professor of Computer Science. He is coming from Brazil, Ministry of Science and Technology.
Your Excellence, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to congratulate the government of Turkey and Minister Elvan for hosting IGF in this fascinating city of Istanbul. It's really a pleasure to be here. Let me start saying that ICT and Internet are key for Brazil. And they are key because they represent a large fraction of the Brazil's GDP, more than 7.5% of the GDP. And as well as because Internet and ICT are vectors that convey innovation to society and to the rest of the economy. In order to accelerate Internet development and capacity building, we need adequate infrastructure and modern legal institutional framework. And this is where Internet governance comes in. In her speech at the General Assembly of the United Nations last year, President Dilma drew a vision for the future of the cyberspace. She said the cyberspace should be the territory of trust, human rights, citizenship, collaboration, and peace. However, we know that there are plenty of challenges ahead. Cybercrime, security threats, attacks on freedom of expression and human rights, invasion of privacy, espionage, economic and transnational legal disputes are just a few of the issues at stake that demand better understanding, further discussion, and immediate action from the Internet community. The dynamic nature of the Internet does not lend itself to traditional top-down processes. Flexibility, innovation, and bottom-up solutions are the name of the game. Internet governance cannot be a hierarchical system with just a few decision makers. Traditional approaches have to be embedded into the broader multi-stakeholder environment to thrive. In Brazil, for over 20 years now, we have been coordinating and integrating all Internet service initiatives, as well promoting technical quality, innovation, and the dissemination of the services available. We have developed initiatives and actions to strengthen the Internet governance ecosystem with the participation of the Brazilian civil society, the technical community, and business in a democratic and transparent way. The Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, also known as CGI.br, has become a global reference for the multi-stakeholder model in which different sectors work well together. Our positive experience in Brazil with a bottom-up approach to Internet governance led us to two recent successful initiatives, the Marco Civil Law and the Net Mundial. The Marco Civil Law, known as the Internet Civil Framework Act, sanctioned by President Dilma earlier this year, establishes principles, guarantees, and user rights, clearly assigning duties and responsibilities to different stakeholders and government agencies on the cyberspace. Net Mundial, for its part, illustrates a very practical application of the multi-stakeholder model and demonstrates that it can produce tangible results in a very short period of time. And this brings us here to Istanbul. The Internet Governance Forum, IGF, continues to serve as a unique and invaluable platform for discussing both long-standing and emerging Internet governance issues and problems. We urgently need to strengthen the IGF and provide it with financial and political sustainability. There is no forum such as the IGF. Even as a non-binding, non-decision-making body, the IGF has demonstrated its usefulness by continuing identifying pertinent key policy questions that deserve further attention in the field of Internet governance. Let us take this invitation and work together to devise ways and means to strengthen the IGF. Let us involve new stakeholders and enhance IGF's openness and inclusiveness. Let us encourage better interaction between national and regional IGF initiatives. Let us renew and strengthen IGF's mandate in order to truly enable it to agree on practical projects. Let us move from words into action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Almeida. And now I'd like to invite Song Kyung-ki, from Director of Internet Policy Division of Ministry of Science, ICT and Future Planning of Korea.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished participants, and ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today. I'd first like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Turkish government for hosting this year's IGF and providing us this valuable opportunity for multi-stakeholders to share opinions and contribute to the evolution of the Internet governance ecosystem. This year will be a historical turning point in global Internet governance, as it is full of a series of landmark events discussing ways to establish a new and improved global Internet governance order. The Korean government has been actively participating in the events under the cooperative and collaborative spirit that is increasingly become the global norm, and we are looking forward to the constructive discussions during this Istanbul IGF. Even since the Internet was created about 3 decades ago, its fundamental principles of open and free flow of information have enabled us today stay connected beyond borders and continents. The exponential rise in mobile data traffic due to the ever-growing use of smart mobile devices is producing revolutionary and pervasive changes to our society. The mobile app economy has dramatically transformed the way information is produced, distributed, and supplied, and has given rise to an entirely new economic model. One of the most notable changes in the recent evolution is the development of open platforms, enabling free of content across borders. These open platforms have created a global internet economy ecosystem where platform providers and third-party users form a collaborative relationship. The benefits of today's global internet ecosystem are shared and enjoyed by a variety of actors, regardless of their home region or country, ranging from major multinational corporations to small and medium enterprises in developing countries. Such new structure and systems require an approach that is different from existing mechanisms. This is where the global economy can run from the recent internet governance debates, emphasizing the concept of multi-stakeholderism. The current hyperconnectivity revolution requires that all relevant actors cooperate and fulfill their roles in order to achieve the most satisfactory results. Another aspect of the open platform that we need to be prepared for is the possibility of illegal and malicious cyber attacks and breaches in cybersecurity. With the expansion of the internet, cyber attacks have become increasingly intelligent and sophisticated, and cross-border personal data transfers and cybersecurity breaches are growing in number. In this regard, it is critical that we seek means of assuring network security of all connected countries at a predictable level, so that we may ensure a trustworthy and reliable internet environment for all types of economic activities on the internet. With regard to the topic of internet governance, we have made significant progress this year in discussion and coming to an agreement on the fundamental principles and roadmap. Now it is time to begin taking actions. On track of actions that would be helpful to this end would be a systematic management of the various capacity development projects, including training, education, human skills development, and management programs. However, we must not forget that we need to contact those who are still left offline, about 2/3 of the world's population, in order to fully realize the benefits of the internet economy through the globally unified connected cyberspace. The main theme for this year's meeting is the connecting continents for enhanced multi-stakeholder internet governance. To this end, one of the most important factors for success would be the collaboration and understanding among the various regions and sectors. In this context, Korea will actively support the boost of cooperation and mutual understanding that will serve as the foundation for the better global internet ecosystem. I believe that the 9th IGF will be able to provide an instrumental platform for the participants to share opinions in an open and transparent manner, and look forward to constructive discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kyung-hee. Now I'd like to invite CEO of Türk Telekomünikasyon AŞ, Mr. Rami Arslan.
Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, dear press members, I'm genuinely honored and happy to be part of such a distinguished audience for such an industry-shaping and influential event, which we are proud to host in Turkey in this beautiful city of Istanbul. The Internet Governance Forum has a nature for converging continents, for it gathers policymakers, decision-makers, and business and opinion leaders around the globe. Internet governance forums, many of the core themes indeed resonate in Turkey and with Türk Telekom Group. These include universalization of Internet, building robust Internet capacity, spectrum allocation for democracy and development, governing policies for safe Internet, Internet of Things, and Internet governance. Turkey and Türk Telekom Group, too, are converging and bridging the continents. We are sometimes a strategic partner with esteemed stakeholders, sometimes a forcing agent in the communications ecosystem, and sometimes an enabler in many of the core themes of Internet Governance Forum Charter. Turkey, due to its unique geopolitical position, growingly acts as a data hub between continents and as a multidimensional data portal between Asia and Europe. Türk Telekom has recognized this very potential and effectively has been investing in state-of-the-art infrastructure to build the necessary robust capacity to be an effective and seamless data gateway for consumers, enterprises, and in fact for all stakeholders. At the same time, beyond connectivity, Türk Telekom has continued to invest in data centers, cloud services to boost new enterprise capabilities, and has been the driving force of multi-play in Turkey to better enable household living, and has done world-grade partnerships to optimize internet access. Noting that Turkey's data consumption is one of the top countries in the world. As an example, we are the top 10 in Facebook, Twitter, and web usage. Our aspirations across this emerging internet ecosystem, internet governance, are indeed very high, and we should design our future in the most effective way and in the most incentive-compatible way. We are living in a digital era. Consumer is always on, always consuming internet, applications, devices across the health, the education, as part of their daily lives. This new behavior is shaping the whole communications ecosystem, day in and day out. We see hyper-growth in traffic demand. So for telecom companies, it is imperative to build the necessary converged network in the most economical way, in the highest user experience way, and in the most incentive-compatible way across all stakeholders for a sustainable future. Many case studies indicate the role of telecommunications and IT sectors for countries and social economic development. It is not just connectivity between two individuals or enterprises. ICT ecosystem is a key building block for country productivity. It is a building block for new capabilities for economic trade. An increase of 10% in the country's digitization score fuels 0.75% growth in its GDP per capita and drops the unemployment rate by more than 1%. A recent study indicates 1 unit of Turkish ICT industry growth leads to 1.8 unit growth of the Turkish economy. In this perspective, the $160 billion ICT target in 2023 is instrumental for Turkey's sustainable economic development and is aspirational for us. Even the base case Turkey's 2023 ICT target, which is $85 billion with a average growth of 9% per year, up from $30 billion will be a strong impetus for Turkey's economy. We are proud to be the biggest contributor in the broadband penetration increase with more than 11 billion Turkish lira investment in the last 5 years alone. And we will grow together with this engaged online community. With these investments, Türk Telekom fixed broadband subscribers reached 7.4 million and mobile subscribers reached just under 16 million. One of our focus areas is to lead the Turkish market towards super-fast broadband to provide better customer experience. At the end of Q2 of this year, our fiber home pass reached 2.7 million with over 700,000 subscribers. In addition to fixed broadband, Türk Telekom Group has been strategically investing in mobile infrastructure. Türk Telekom also established IPTV in Turkey and reached over 300,000 subscribers and 1.5 million web TV subscribers as well. We're also cognizant of the transformational power of digital terrestrial infrastructure. With the increasing video consumption, we signed strategic partnerships for the development of an OCDN in Turkey, which is designed to allow for the high-quality delivery of online content and of video. The partnership will optimize Türk Telekom's internet infrastructure in the country and ensure a significant increase in speed, in performance for mobile and broadband users. Overall, high-speed and capacity networks combined with cloud computing and other advanced technologies have the potential to facilitate transactions in many economic activities and fuel economic growth. With Türk Telekom Group technology companies, we're also investing in R&D projects and value-added services, which remain crucial for developing new technologies and addressing capacity needs of consumers and corporations. Türk Telekom Group is also privileged and proud to have been contributing in the engagement in Turkey's economic development, also by supporting key programs and countrywide initiatives, including the FATI project and other PPP, public-private partnership, in educational and health sectors. Building capacity is very crucial in these projects, and Türk Telekom Group remains committed to providing this infrastructure to facilitate and support these great transformation projects for the country. Advances in communication and internet technologies, market-driven demand in service convergence and innovation, increased network speed and capacity continue to improve customer experience, whether it is end users or enterprises. We believe that these are major contributing factors for economic productivity and social development. At Türk Telekom Group, we continue to be a forcing agent in driving the marketplace through our investments, innovative services, and talent programs. As service and network convergence deepens, as multiplay is a new norm by consumers, as cloud and over-the-top deeply changes the value chain for ICT ecosystem, we observe the need for incentive-compatible regulation, regulatory, legal, and competitive frameworks for a sustainable future. Telecom companies continue to be key strategic partners in this very future. I believe that our ability to offer integrated and unified services is instrumental for a successful transformation of the ICT sector and transitioning and Turkey's economic development as well. Constituents of Internet and communications governance should support this evaluation. We welcome the continued support of government authorities to establish an incentive-compatible and sustainable future. We see market-driven convergence in multiplay across fixed and mobile networks. We see disruptive moves from over-the-top OTT players. As TT Group, we believe that we should design a joint new future with esteemed government authorities and stakeholders, whereby, first, incentives-compatible capital investment regime is active. Over-the-top value proposition on telecom value chain is effectively designed. In the face of network convergence, across conditions and network sharing across fixed and mobile is incentive compatible for optimal allocation of countries' resources, and a fair allocation of spectrum and new spectrum opportunities are effectively addressing hyper-growing traffic demands. Distinguished guests, I value this platform, and I will address many critical topics across the ICT ecosystem in the path to find an incentive-compatible governance framework for all stakeholders. I wish you a very successful week and very productive one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Aslan. And now I'd like to invite Chairman of Digital Turkey Platform, Mr. Faruk Eczacıbaşı.
Excellencies, dear guests, dear friends, as the largest ICT NGO platform of Turkey, it's an honor to be able to talk to such a distinguished audience. I hope I don't repeat myself after those wonderful speakers, but I want to focus today on the inclusion and the bumpy road we travel towards ensuring individuals and communities access and active participation in the ICT landscape, a key ingredient of sustaining development. The 2014 UN e-government survey is one among many sources that suggest that our current understanding of the digital divide is more about the human capability and ability to access and actively use of ICT. There is a direct link between global capacity building and achieving e-inclusion. The Internet prompted a seismic change in the way humans learn, discover, and create. It's therefore baffling to think there was ever a pre-Internet era. History of public usage of the Internet goes back to almost a quarter of a century. Since John Perry Barlow's '96 Internet Manifesto seems romantic and naive to net-save users of today. But the initial dream was to shake up the traditional institutions and to achieve an even distribution of income and wealth. There was even a talk of long boom and absence of global crisis under the most intellectual netizens. Some of those early predictions are true, yet new and successful alternatives to outdated business and political models still needs to emerge. Unfortunately, Internet seems to have a magnifying effect on inequalities in the wealth distribution. And worse, most parts of the emerging world are still not able to cope with the sudden accelerated speed of change. Mind you, Only 8% of Iraqis are, or were before the catalysm, active internet users. This shockingly low internet penetration rate stands in sharp contrast against the developed world. Countries, regions losing their hope of joining the value-adding economic model tend to use the destructive power of the net. Therefore, a more equal, widespread, and well-informed access to the internet is an important cure for inequality locally and globally. The maturing of the internet will depend on our better governing of the internet by facilitating e-inclusion. The turn of the 21st century reminds many observers of a darker period in our fairly recent history, the decade before the Second World War. After the swinging 20s, a severe economic crisis resulted in 25% unemployment rate and forced the major world powers to develop populist and isolationistic policies, culminating in the catastrophe of the World War. And today, we have a powerful global nuclear tool in our hands, the net. If today's global powers and institutions are not aware of the lack of global rules and regulations for the taming of this internet, of the internet's power, I'm afraid the unleashed energy would be far more destructive than we have seen in the first half of the 20th century. Evidence of the explosive consequences of this unleashed energy comes from the repeated cycles of resistance and contemporary social movements in our new century. Communities across the world speak the language of the grassroots globalization. To conclude, capacity building, yes, but equal distribution and capacity is even more important. The two goals combined will deliver a sustainable future for our young adults equipped with global citizenship skills and a tendency for creating an innovative thinking. And for this, the world needs an inclusive global governance mechanism for the internet so as to ensure that we grow responsibly towards a sustainable future. We know that UN already is working towards a new development agenda to succeed in Millennium Development Goals. The new agenda will guide all countries for improving billions of lives, enrich societies for a new future beginning from 2016 to 2030. Thus, a new task force for the revamped governance for the internet may quite easily fit into the development agenda by ensuring that everyone should have access to a global information without any restrictions and without any doubts about net neutrality. This is a must for promoting sustainable development and democracy worldwide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eczacıbaşı. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Alan Marcus, Senior Director, Head of the IT and Telecommunications Industries of World Economic Forum.
Okay, so me and maybe one other and then cocktails. So let's do this. So, Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen of the Internet community, friends, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today on the eve of the 9th Internet Governance Forum. And thank you to Turkey for hosting this very special meeting and for hosting the World Economics Forum's special meeting on unlocking resources for regional development here in Istanbul at the end of the month. My role at the World Economic Forum is to put issues related to information, communications, and technology, including the internet, on the agenda of business leaders from all sectors, government leaders from all portfolios, including heads of state and government, and leaders of non-governmental institutions, including academic, public interests, development, and humanitarian affairs. And to this regard, last week, with our partners, we announced our intent to develop an initiative to bring to the attention of the Grasstops community the issues of Internet governance and the opportunities to bring forward their resources in identifying solutions and convening coalitions around those solutions to move some of our collective challenges forward. We do not have perfect models for multi-stakeholder processes of Internet governance, which is part of the reason that this initiative was announced and is urgent. What each stakeholder can do is make a best effort to communicate from their own perspective within their community, listen to voices from other groups, and engage in a multi-stakeholder effort at collaboration and problem-solving. This effort can be successful. It can be a successful initiative if participants start listening and talking between each other and turn attention to creative problem-solving. The World Economic Forum first participated in the IGF in Nairobi, and it was an eye-opening experience. The inclusiveness and innovative approach to ensure all voices are heard across a number of key issues and the depth of discussion of those issues was very different from anything we had experienced. But what I also heard over the last 3 years is the need to increase visibility to the leaders who set policy, to the business leaders who make decisions, and those who can commit resources. Those are the very communities that we convene. And we need to continue to be a part of this incredible gathering that all of you have built. Our desire is to continue to listen and to learn. And as we heard earlier today, we need to build bridges, bridges between the grassroots communities and the Grasstops communities. Safeguarding the progress that has been made and creating an ecosystem where the Internet can go on flourishing into the future is vital. But as it becomes more ubiquitous, so it has become more complex. Issues such as privacy, data protection, fragmentation, primacy of human rights, and universal access increasingly are touching all of our lives. Because the Internet is a shared global resource, we must continue to have and to improve upon the mechanisms to debate and address these challenges so that we can be confident that its positive benefits continue to outweigh the negative. These debates should not be confined to the agendas of governments or civil society alone, and they certainly do not belong solely in the boardrooms of business either. Only true multi-stakeholder processes that brings together all actors will build trust in the Internet and deepen faith in its governance ecosystem. Our aim is to build on the outcomes of the Net Mondiale in Sao Paulo and the processes of the IGF by bringing together leaders necessary to strengthen understanding, enhance trust, and identify areas of common ground upon which broader economic, social, and security-related discussions can be had and solutions to specific problems can be found. And to galvanize support for building capacity in two respects: helping developing countries enhance their access to and governance of the Internet, and to strengthen the decentralized Internet governance ecosystem so that it is better able to progress towards solutions when these broader policy issues arise. This is crucial. The breadth of issues facing the Internet require a wider set of stakeholders than ever before, and this is where we believe the World Economic Forum and our new focus has a role to play, bringing leaders from all disciplines together on the same platform so that their contributions can be felt most. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. And lastly, I'd like to invite Mrs. Dorothy Atwood, Senior Vice President of the Global Public Policy of Walt Disney Company.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues, distinguished participants, and the remaining audience. I want to thank the Turkish government and organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak here today. Businesses like Disney have been actively engaged in contributing to and supporting the IGF since its inception, because we share the vision of an information society that benefits all the world's people. We believe the IGF is a critical platform for the dialogue and cooperation necessary for continued progress toward the joint goal of economic development. My company's mission is to bring the magic of Disney to children and families throughout the world. We create and deliver a rich mix of local and global content in 75 languages to 166 countries. But our success depends on a stable, open economy, ubiquitous connectivity, and a trust-based, accountable internet ecosystem where consumers feel confident in their security and safety, and that of their children when going online. Here at the IGF, and in similar forums throughout the year, we focus on establishing an environment that encourages the creative industries to grow because we believe they play a critical part in the development of the broader internet economy. Around the world, we see that online content, video content in particular, drives adoption of broadband services. Where there is content people want on the internet, they will flock to it. And it doesn't stop there. The increased demand for more and better content drives innovation throughout the ecosystem. It drives innovation and investment in the creation of content. It drives innovation and investment in the broadband infrastructure used to deliver content. And it drives innovation and investment in the devices we use to access that content. We can grow the capacity for increased content creation by establishing the right environment. That environment includes 4 key elements. First, there needs to be support for expression, both creative expression and political speech. Second, we need to foster the rule of law and a trust-based environment where e-commerce can flourish and there is respect and protections for privacy, children, consumers, and intellectual property. Third, search capabilities and internet naming resources in local languages are essential. And finally, the community needs users with the digital skills and knowledge necessary to both create content and access it. All of these factors support continued growth and innovation in the creative industries, which make quality, locally relevant content available. The world community expressed great optimism and vision in the WSIS summits of 2003 and 2005 by recognizing the potential of the internet and ICTs to advance human society. Those summits established a framework for cooperation and forward action that has continuously advanced our shared goal of increasing access to and use of technology by all the world's people. While significant work remains to be done, there is no question that we've advanced based on a willingness to experiment and cooperation between multiple stakeholders. In the complex ecosystem of the information society, we do best when all stakeholders work together to understand an issue, assess potential paths forward, and implement cooperative solutions. One of the great innovations of the WSIS process was the recognition that multi-stakeholder approaches are the best way to fully advance the goals of the information society. This principle and the other commitments made in the WSIS and embodied here at the IGF remain sound today. I look forward to our discussion today and the rest of the week on how we can continue to work together. And in the movie business, at the end of the movie, they always say, "It's a wrap, it's a wrap." Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Edwards. So this is the end of the high-level leaders meeting. Thank you for your participation, for your patience. Good evening. Thank you.